Right? That's okay. Okay, I don't know if this is the sound.
Excuse me, everyone. Can we have some quiet in the committee room, please?
I'm not sure it's working.
Excuse me,
Yep.
everyone. Can we have quiet in the committee room, please?
Mine's very quiet.
Excuse me. Quiet in the committee room, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. I'm Vice Chair of the Executive Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I will call meeting 3 of the Executive Committee to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of Council and City staff participating by both video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting today at City Hall. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference, and this meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. This clerk staff have connected remote speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers in the room with us today. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask everyone for patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. The City Clerk has provided all agenda materials via the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to participants to help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I'll then create a speakers list and we'll call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they turn on their video to raise their hand and to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are meeting in different locations, with some meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do, please raise your hand, unmute your mic, get my attention. Seeing none, we need a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting on January 31st, 2023. Councillor Bradford, all those in favour? All those opposed? That carries. Before we begin the rundown, I would like to add an item of new business. The proposed item is a transmittal from the TTC board regarding community safety issues and responses. I will move a motion to add this to the agenda. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. The clerk will now display the item on to the clerk's meeting portal so you can have a look at it, and we'll vote on it later on in the meeting. That brings us to the agenda rundown. EX 3.1, Housing Action Plan, there are deputations, so I will hold this item. EX 3.2, 2023 Financial Update and Outlook. Councillor Crawford, I understand you want to hold it? Yep. EX 3.3, Amended and Restated Master Agreement with CNEA, X-Place, and City of Toronto. Would anybody like to hold that item? Hold. Move it?
I'll move the recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Crawford is moving staff recommendations. All those in favour? All those opposed? EX 3.3 carries. EX 3.4, City of Toronto Relationship Framework for the Toronto Parking Authority. We have deputations as well. Okay, I will hold that item. EX 3.5, City of Toronto Reserves and Reserve Funds as of September 30th, 2022. Would anybody like to hold this item? Councillor Crawford is moving the item. All those in favour? All those opposed? EX 3.5 carries. EX 3.6, Deferred Revenue Report at September 30th, 2022, and administrative amendments to obligatory reserve funds. Would anybody like to hold the item? Councillor Carroll would like to move the item. All those in favour? All those opposed? EX 3.6 carries. EX 3.7, making electronic participation for council and its local boards permanent. There are deputations. I will hold that item. EX 3.8, amendment to delegation of authority for the endorsement of temporary liquor licenses. Would anybody like to hold this item? Councillor Pasternak's moving. All those in favour? All those opposed? That item carries. EX 3.9, SmartTrack Stations Program Update. Would anybody like to hold this item? Oh, we have a speaker. Okay. Thank you for catching that. EX 3.10, Rexdale-Casino Woodbine Community Benefits Agreement 2022 Progress Update. Would anybody like to hold this item? Somebody like to move the item? Councillor Carroll's moving the item. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? EX 3.10 carries. EX 3.11, Casting a Wider Net, Updating Eligibility Requirements for Property Tax Relief Programs. Councillor Pasternak, I know you have a motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to move receipt of this item. Just for clarity, this item was dealt with at City Council at our budget meeting, where a motion was moved to increase the household eligibility to $55,000 for the 2023 taxation year. This is a vital program that helps seniors stay in their homes. It aligns with our City of Toronto policy of aging in place. It also aligns with the Toronto Senior Strategy to ensure that seniors on low incomes are not forced out of their houses by high tax policies. This is an opportunity for intergenerational housing and, of course, the ability to make sure that the people who built this country, who served in our armed forces and came from foreign lands, can keep the homes that they love and they cherish. So, treasure. So, I'll move receipt of this item because it's been dealt with quite ably at City Council.
Okay, thank you. Anybody want to hold this for debate, or can we proceed to vote? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Item EX 3.12, Ontario Good Road Association Board Quarterly Committee Meetings and Board Meeting Update. Councillor Ainsley, would you like to move this item?
So moved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? All those opposed? EX 3.12 carries. And then we'll have that new items not displayed yet, so I'll wait until that gets displayed, but we can quick release that one later, and that's the transmittal from the TTC board. Okay, so that brings us back to EX 3.1, Housing Action Plan. There is a presentation by city staff, so we'll do the presentation, then we'll do the deputants, and then we'll come back for questions of staff. So thank you for joining us. When you're ready, please go ahead and proceed, and maybe everybody can also state their names just for the record of those watching as well.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. Just as we get set up here, I'm Greg Lintern. I'm the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning. I'm joined here today with Abby Bond, the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, and the respective members of our teams from the Housing Secretariat and City Planning Division, and likely many other divisions who are all involved in making housing happen in the City of Toronto. But we're going to walk through just the highlights of the Housing Action Plan report that are in front of you, for consideration this morning, which I'm sure will magically appear on the screen. There we go. This report responds to the direction from City Council and the adoption of the motion in December, asking us to report back to the March meeting. It outlines what we feel is a very strong, made in Toronto, multi-pronged approach to increasing housing supply, housing choice, and affordability, both for current residents and for future residents. It's a growing city. The report responds directly to priorities identified by Council and includes targeted timelines for approval and implementation of a wide range of actions and programs and policies. We would emphasize that the initiatives identified in the work plan, many of which will be reported separately to City Council through the course of the term under the HAP umbrella. The majority of these reports, however, will be considered, we estimate, by City Council in this year. Outlining the plan is a way, really, for us to provide the opportunity to be transparent about the breadth of the change that is necessary, the breadth of the change that's underway to achieve the goal of increasing housing supply and the all of the intricacies of that supply to achieve really complete, inclusive, and sustainable communities We expect that the upcoming initiatives that you will be considering through the course of the term will include intergovernmental requests. We know that addressing our complex housing challenges requires a whole of government approach. In addition to increasing the right supply of housing with the necessary infrastructure to support the kind of complete communities that Torontonians expect. Next slide. So the priorities laid out in the Housing Action Plan, some 54 of them, as I indicated, would be delivered over the next 4 years. Among them are removing policy and zoning barriers to allow the development and construction of more housing. Leveraging public lands. We've had some experience with that over the last few years with Housing Now, for example, in our modular program. Preserving existing rental homes, very important to maintain the supply for hundreds of thousands of Torontonians who live in rental housing. Supporting the development of a range of purpose-built rental homes. New rentals is an important part of our growth strategy. Supporting the community sector, not many partners deliver housing. We've got to remember that. Preserving our existing stock, and also improving the transparency and public reporting on progress. The work plan in the report outlined an aggressive, in attachment 1 is an aggressive, really, plan. We feel that front-end loads 37 deliverables for this year. Addressing the full spectrum of housing, whether it be from student housing to affordable to community housing and market housing in neighborhoods across the city. The attachment indicates the scale of potential housing units. Hard to be very specific with something that you don't completely control, but we put them in buckets of low, medium, and high potential just to give you a sense of what the potential of each approach is about. These estimates will be continuously updated as we report back on the HAP. And again, emphasizing that many of these policy and zoning initiatives are enabling. They put other people in position to construct. The city itself doesn't construct as much housing directly, but we know that the market itself needs to be sized and equipped for the capacity to deliver a lot more housing than it does right now. In this slide, I won't identify all of these buckets, 5 main buckets, changes to policy and regulatory framework that, whether they be in the official plan, zoning, or guidelines that the city uses. Overall, advancing the housing system. Thinking of housing as a system, I think, is something that more and more people are doing, thankfully, because it is such a complex system, and we address that through various initiatives outlined here. Leveraging public lands, again, something that we've been doing for a number of years, but wanting to get other partners into the business of leveraging public lands, such an essential part of our progress. Advancing programs and policies aimed at preserving tenancies and affordable stock. And Mura, for example, is something that you may be familiar with from the last couple of years. And finally, building in the transparency that we need so that we can all monitor our progress and hold each other to account as we move our way through this. And just this morning, the Housing Dashboard or Housing Data Hub was rolled out. Just a final note on the Housing Pledge. You may have heard on the next slide that the province has asked us to, quote unquote, demonstrate our commitment. Many municipalities in the province have been asked to demonstrate their commitment to a number. Our number was chosen by the province at 285,000 homes, and we will be reporting separately on that to Planning and Housing Committee in April, demonstrating our commitment to how this pledge, or how that number of homes can be achieved, some of the challenges that we'll be confronting in order to achieve that. But that will be, that is outlined in this report in a general way. We wanted to signal that we believe we will be able to achieve or exceed that target, of course, with lots of dependencies on others actually building the housing. Over to you, Abby.
Thank you, Greg, and good morning to the Executive Committee. So following a discussion last summer about how best the city could support the creation of new rental housing, in July of last year, Council directed staff to set up a rental housing opportunities roundtable. We've held 2 of these meetings in 2023 already with representatives from all orders of government, from our non-profit and Indigenous housing providers, along with private rental housing organisations and other rental organisations. The aim of this roundtable was really to look at what the difficult scenarios were playing out in Toronto that prevented rental housing from being created, including some geographically specific constraints, and start to identify some possible solutions for us, and to provide recommendations specifically to all 3 orders of government. These recommendations, which are attached to this report and which I'll touch on in a moment, will inform all of our future upcoming initiatives that Greg has just been speaking to, that we will be advancing to Council in the coming months. So what we heard from the roundtable was a number of really important things. There are real and present reasons why we haven't and are not able to get the rental housing supply created in our city that we need. The academic consultants that we retained to provide this independent report identified a number of key constraints. Importantly, they recognized that there are 2 rental housing affordability crises, one for our workforce, for essential workers, and another for our lower income residents. Similar causes, but very different implications for our response. They specifically outlined the daylight between each order of government that is preventing us from moving forward and solving this issue for our citizens. They are encouraging us to align our efforts across these 3 orders of government and to collaborate on these goals. They're encouraging us to revisit planning approvals and policies specifically for streamlining and creation of flexibility to encourage and deliver more affordable rental. They also interestingly identified the need for us to look at the geography of our city when we're looking at the creation of incentives to make sure that we see rental housing delivery in all neighbourhoods across the city. They identified the fact that it's important to connect any developer incentives to long-term affordability, and also how important the use of public lands at either the city level, the provincial level, or a federal level was to prioritise affordable rental housing. And as well, finally, they specifically said that in addition to all of these things, additional funding and financing was actually needed in order to create new rental housing. So the other thing we have done as part of this report today is launch our Housing Data Hub and also the Housing Data Book. These both went live this morning. These are key deliverables under the Housing Action Plan, and they are a significant process on our commitment to be more accountable and to demonstrate our progress and be transparent about that. On the data side and the demand side, we see continuing pressure for affordable housing in our city, with 1 in 5 households still needing new housing that is affordable. They're either living in something too expensive, they don't have enough bedrooms for their family size, or their home is in disrepair. This number, the 1 in 5 households, is double the national average and shows very specifically in our data the very unique housing needs that the citizens in Toronto have. So these 2 pieces, the dashboard and the data hub, show both the extent of the demand that we're facing in Toronto, but also an updated version of a view of our progress that we are making. This is our first iteration and newly presented information, and we will welcome feedback over the coming months so that we can improve the information in the way it's provided and the content. So finally, just to wrap up, there are 8 key Housing Action Plan reports that will be coming to the April Planning and Housing Committee cycle. These include reports such as of right permissions for multiplexes, a focus on community housing growth and modernisation, the province's housing pledge, as well as updates to a number of affordable housing programs. In addition, there are other Housing Action Plan reports that will be coming to Council later this year, and we'll be reporting back by the end of this year on the progress. And as Greg said, really the majority of the actions that you see here are front-loaded in recognition of the urgency of our housing crisis. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and I'm sure you'll be back for questions. Our first speaker is Richard Lyle. Richard, I believe you're online.
Hello.
Hi, Richard. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to provide comments to the committee as you review the city's housing action plan priorities and work plan for this term of council leading up to 2026. It's our members who actually build the vast majority of residential homes here in Toronto and across Ontario. In this regard, we have a unique, enduring, and fundamental understanding of the residential construction sector and the challenges, opportunities, and issues with which we have to contend each and every day. In the document accompanying the city staff report, Perspective on the Rental Housing Roundtable, the opening sentence reads, "Toronto is in a housing crisis. Across all order of governments, across the real estate development industry, and across society, there is now broad agreement, thankfully, and the indicators are clear and the effects are quite visible. We in the residential construction sector have, in one way or another, been raising the alarm for years. This is not an indictment of the public sector, nor a castigation of anyone in particular. It's simply a call to recognize that the pillars upon which the housing crisis is built were years in the making, and solutions have evaded us for one reason or another for far too long. We are therefore gratified and encouraged by the fact that for the first time in decades, as the statement above reads, all stakeholders, leaders, political parties, and the broader housing ecosystem are finally on one page. We are in a crisis, and it is deep and challenging. The very definition of the word crisis is a time of intense difficulty. And for the housing sector, this reality is not in doubt. The report before the Executive Committee today is, we recognize, a broad overview of identified priorities and a work plan outlining the way ahead for Toronto's housing action plan, which is vital. We understand that more details and specifics will be forthcoming as this major undertaking moves shortly to the Planning and Housing Committee chaired by Councillor Brad Bradford, who we are encouraged to say has shown considerable leadership in moving this initiative forward, as we also acknowledge the work of his predecessor, former councillors Anna Bailau, and council in its entirety. We must remember that beyond all the statistics, bar graphs, reports, and status updates, there are people. That is what housing is about, not complicated statistical narratives, but people who need a place to live, the operative word need, that is affordable and stable. Housing is the most important determinant of success in the lives of the people of the city, or anywhere else for that matter. Having a stable and affordable home is a needed foundation upon which all other success in life is based. Without it, there is very little chance of being a good employee, a successful student, or a fully engaged member of the communities in which we live. That is why in the industry, we recognize just how important it is to build the housing we need quickly. I hope the debate on this important supply is finally behind us, though sometimes I fear that for some it is not. We live in a market economy. 85 to 90% of our housing is market-based housing. And the simple fact is that if housing is ever to be affordable, we need to ensure there is supply and competition. Complicating this is the fact that demand is growing every day, as we know. Whether it's current residents of Toronto or tens of thousands of new immigrants who choose the GTA as their new home in Toronto, we need to build the housing for them. And we need to double our production, basically, which is no small task. And let's make no mistake, with our demographics and economic needs, we need strong and sustained immigration, so that's not a question. But it is patently unfair to invite newcomers to this country and our city without having housing for them. We are therefore encouraged by a number of approaches contained in the staff report, including with respect to the following: the action to end restrictive zoning associated with exclusionary zoning policies that are literally decades out of date and that have resulted in density restrictions across the city which are disconnected from reality. We support every effort to expand densities along avenues and corridors, and in particular in the vicinity of mass transit stations. We encourage the leveraging of public lands to increase housing supply. Critical action is needed to support the construction of purpose-built rental housing on a scale not seen since the 60s and 70s, and the charts on that are quite startling if you look at them. As of right zoning permissions are highlighted for multiplexes, and this is an important step forward. We encourage the expansion of as of right zoning in every way possible, and we support and encourage every effort to expedite approvals through a modernized and digitized process. And there's progress being made there, but we got to step it up. And finally, we encourage sanity with respect to taxes, fees, and levies that are simply too high. We basically tax housing systemically, if you add it all up, like we tax alcohol and tobacco. And that's just
Final
not
thought,
smart,
please.
and that's not fair. Okay, I want to thank you for allowing me this time to present these comments, and good luck on your work.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Madi Simiataiki. Oh, sorry, Councillor Prassner, got it right.
Good morning. My name is Madi Simiatiki. I'm a Toronto resident and professor of geography and planning at the University of Toronto. And with my colleague Karen Chappell, we co-authored the report Perspectives on Rental Housing on the Rental Housing Roundtable. And it's a pleasure to be with you this morning to speak about the report. First, I'd like to thank city staff who included us, and also the Housing Task Force for their insights and contribution. And what we've heard so far this morning is critical, that we are in a housing crisis. It is now so broadly agreed, everyone can see it, and we're in a moment where we need urgent action. And the scale of the challenge is daunting, and it's important to recognize that we, in fact, have two housing crises. One where rents and costs have skyrocketed for those who are workers and who have employment, and the second one for people on low incomes or who are unhoused. And those are related but have to be addressed with a different set of solutions. And as I mentioned, the scale of the challenge is staggering. To reach 40,000 affordable homes, which is a city target, our estimates based on prevailing costs is that that would cost $19.4 billion. The city can't do that alone. No order of government can do that alone, and the private sector or nonprofits who all contribute and construct housing can't do that alone. This is an all hands on deck situation. As was just mentioned, this has also been years in the making, that the majority of housing, rental housing, purpose-built rental in particular, was built before the 1970s, and the majority of it is privately owned and continues to be privately constructed. So we need to include our nonprofit partners and TCH and the public sector, but we also need strategies to engage the private sector as well. So where are the blockages? Some of them are in the market. We have a market housing system, and the market, when interest rates go up and construction costs rise, and you have supply chain challenges, that is posing problems. And then there's issues of approvals and permitting costs and other challenges that the industry mentions, and frequently that pose challenges to getting developments built. And we looked at some case studies of different projects, and were struck by the instances where either housing costs and construction costs had risen so quickly that the financial viability was on a razor's edge and was no longer viable. And in some cases where permitting had taken many years and gone back and forth. And in that period, interest rates had risen as well as construction costs, and the projects were teetering and really almost no longer viable. And these were projects by both for-profit and nonprofit developers who were seeking to provide, in some cases, deeply affordable, and in other cases, market-based rental housing. One of the observations we make, which I think is relevant for the work that this committee does, is that there's tensions in every policy direction here, that any action has an equal and opposite reaction, that any policy either to lower fees or to speed up permitting will frustrate someone or have an impact either on city budgets or people's engagement in the process or in the types of units that get built. And we have to recognize that this is a sector that does have these trade-offs. But I think, as has been mentioned, we're in a moment of urgency now, and we need to both focus on adding significant amounts of supply and also finding ways to improve affordability, and in particular, the number of deeply affordable units and supportive units for people in our community who are most vulnerable and struggling. And we also need to make sure that we're getting housing built right across the city. To date, much of the rental of housing has been built either in the downtown or along major avenues south of the 401, and we're struggling to see affordable rental housing built right across our city. And so specific intentional policies are going to be necessary, and those will necessarily have trade-offs associated with them. So in terms of the recommendations that we make, we need to first recognize that there's these two crises. We should focus on aligning all of the efforts across all of the orders of government, as well as with the private and nonprofit sectors who actually build these units, leveraging the land much more efficiently that the city already owns across its agencies, boards, and commissions could really supercharge our actions. Making sure that the permitting is smooth and can be done quickly and efficiently is also critical here. And then looking across all orders of government to work together to align with funding programs to really get projects built is where we're at now. So I'll conclude there and welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck with your work.
Thank you. Are the questions to the deputant? Councillor Carroll.
I do, yes. Hi, Maddie. It's Councillor Carroll. I wanted to ask you a question about the case studies, because you mentioned, highlighting some of them. I had to hunt for it to get back to it because I read it shortly after the report came out. It's this project. There was a 33-unit co-op in the East End. And even that one, it seems to me, we're doing enabling changes in the greater part of this report to make it easier to do these types of things. This sounds like something like the 4-story walk-up idea. But in the case study, it looks like they almost got there, and then a lot of the factors you mentioned, but then at the end also they had trouble getting the enabling funds from CMHC and Open Door. So I'm wondering if there's a problem of is it that we commit so much of those programs to larger, banner projects that when a quick win like this comes along, we're not leaving enough in the envelope to just get her done?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Carroll. It's nice to see you. This project really was one that I found quite eye-opening. It just struggled all the way along, that they had the best of intentions to build rental, cooperative, supportive housing, and it just got stuck in the process, and it went back and forth with between the applicant and city staff a number of times. I think there was turnover that was mentioned as well, and it took about 6 years, and in the intervening period, the costs of construction skyrocketed, and the original applicant couldn't follow through on the project and kind of got burnt out and ended up selling the project or passing the project off to a larger provider to try for themselves to bring this forward. It still took them many years. So this, and then in that period, the costs went up, and the project then, the financial viability became very challenged. And these are exactly the types of projects we need. Relatively small buildings on main avenues, providing cooperative housing that will be affordable over the long term by a nonprofit. So these are the types of projects we should be focusing on to see where in our systems are they getting blocked, what are the barriers, how can the federal and provincial governments provide their financial and other supports that are necessary, and what would the city need to do to really accelerate and make these projects smoother and more viable.
Right. Thank you. I'm going to be asking questions of staff on this one as well, but your answer is helpful. It's a nice tee up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions
Carroll.
of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we move to the next speaker, Linda Brett.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, as a chair and members of the committee. My name is Linda Brett, and I am the president of the Bruce Street East Neighborhood Association, BINA, who has made the submission to which I am speaking this morning. In addition, I am treasurer of my condominium corporation and have been for 16 of its 22 years. We are a member of the Canadian Condominium Institute and the Toronto chapter, and have been for a while too. And I participate in a group of GTA condominium directors representing condominiums from across Toronto that are different sizes and in stages of their life. I'm here today to support the staff recommendations with reservations as to their effectiveness in both the short and long term. But as you've heard, it's absolutely necessary. Our purpose is to address the ongoing issues of condominiums in the supplying of homes. 50% of condominium units are in the rental stock in Toronto and a major supplier of homes. We could not see us represented in either the study or the report. The letter attached provides some differences between condos and purpose-built homes and rental accommodation, as well as many current challenges. These include the requirements for reserve funds, annual budgets to which common monthly element fees are paid, rental units within that have an overlay of rules that in many cases trump the Landlord-Tenant Act. The staff report does not address how buildings can be maintained cost effectively over the long term, which is an important component to long-term affordability. At the top of our summary page, we have submitted some statistics. Construction code index for Toronto for 2022, 21.9%. Consumer price index for Ontario, 2002, 5.6%. So these present challenges to us too. We have a problem with supply of qualified staff at all levels. We use the example that we have 3,874 licensed managers versus 12,800 registered condominiums in Ontario, and this is replicated through all service areas. This translates into poorly maintained buildings, resulting in more costly repairs and premature replacements. Poor building construction and lack of foresight in construction phase. Even if built to current building and other codes, it does not necessarily give you a well-built building. Developers of purpose-built rental buildings tell us that they will construct better as they are in it for the long haul. I can use an example of the phase-in of disability code requirements. I asked at the site plan phase of a 50-plus story condo if it was going to have automatic doors as required in 2 years. The answer is no, not today. It's not in today's code. The additional cost to the developer is minimal compared to the replacement cost to the condominium. Developers often specify specific above code requirements that when the costs come in are downgraded to code for a number of reasons, including the cost escalations, as we've heard. This is repeated over and over. Built to current code and not specifications, often resulting in things like plumbing issues, ongoing elevator repairs, building envelope repairs, etc. As indicated in the rental survey, there's no evidence that the concessions for reduced construction costs are passed on the consumer. Yet I can demonstrate where these measures have resulted in increased operating costs, cost for us. For example, reduced parking for trades has resulted in increased costs to us as the cost of commercial offsite parking is being passed on to us. Some of the above has resulted in part with condominiums almost being uninsurable. The lack of foresight in building phase is adding to our ongoing costs. In order to do our part providing homes for the least cost possible, we require better trained labor, better built buildings, and we need you to think outside the box to help us with this. We have a couple of asides, which are issues of concern being the security of our buildings, and those increased costs where I reiterate that the city is not the last line of defense in the downloading of responsibilities and costs. We, the residents, are. The second is the concern with displaced current tenants of rental buildings to be demolished and replaced. We are concerned that those who take buyouts are our next wave of homeless persons. I
Final
see I'm
thought.
almost out of time. So I will say that I will answer any questions you may have, and I hope I've added a dimension to the conversation that has not been considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Our next speaker is Rob Hatton. Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks for having me here. I applaud the city's recognition of the housing difficulties faced by many of its citizens and the rise in housing costs caused by gentrification, old tower conversions, rising rents, and increased interest rates is harming the least affluent among us. But the problem of wealth distribution is not within the city's control, and its tax base isn't designed to fix it. 20 years ago, against expert advice, the Ontario government gifted the city a degraded, oversubscribed social housing portfolio without any funding or plan for increasing the stock. And now, the housing problem has been worsened by the Bank of Canada's fight against wage increases, OSFI's obsolete and destructive mortgage stress test, lack of supply of trained construction workers, underfunded mental health services, and the absent regulation of private lenders by the Ontario government. None of them the city's doing. Add to that the attack on city development revenues by the provincial government and the impact of COVID on city transit revenues, and you have $1 billion plus revenue shortfall and are totally dependent on the whims of senior governments to keep going. Fiscally, you are a drowning man in no position to rescue others, least of all developers. I'm sure you're familiar with the airline safety announcement, help yourself to oxygen first before trying to save your neighbor. In this context, some of the housing policies you are considering are neither effective nor affordable. They are the product of a 2022 election campaign platform that lacked real debate from a mayor no longer here and arguably under the thumb of, if not collaborating with, a developer-friendly premier. Consider the proposed tax breaks for purpose-built rental. Affordability has not improved after years of zoning and tax advantages provided to condo developers. Why do you still think that giving help to developers is somehow going to help anyone else? To support purpose-built rental, a smarter policy would be to curtail the condo tax breaks for first-time buyers, which drive up developer prices and are taken up mostly by children of the wealthy, and for affordable rental units for which you have no evidence of real rent reductions. And while you're at it, eliminate tax breaks for wealthy homeowners with large backyards and laneways who can afford their deluxe garden suites without you, and IMIT and commercial DC exemptions, which were developed long ago in a market that has completely changed. There are hundreds of millions in tax breaks that could be redirected into programs, especially the construction and operation of supportive housing for the homeless, rather than into a black hole of hopes and dreams and developer benefits. For those still inclined to support tax breaks, ask yourself why the food and energy affordability issues are leading to calls for excess profits taxes, while the housing affordability issue seems to lead you toward the opposite, developer tax breaks. The roundtable, heavily represented by development interests, also supports giving away zoning uplifts. I think the city can neither afford nor justify these gifts, and I believe it has a fiduciary duty, if not a legal responsibility, not to give away density rights. The same is true of selling public land. You have been told there is already ample approved developable land, so why sell off or give away more? Land shortages are only a problem for the city itself, which is often in the position of seeking land for parks after values have risen. I believe the city should be investing in strategic land acquisition, and it could save a fortune by doing so. Even the loss of so-called naturally affordable units, the 1960s rental apartments, isn't all bad. These units are the same ones the city targeted for tower renewal 15 years ago. Now the market is doing it for us. Let's try to find a way to work with it. I suggest that this committee suspend decisions on the Housing Action Plan until a new mayor is installed who can lead the city out of its very real problems of homelessness and municipal responsibility for social housing, and who can stand up and say no to those who expect the already underfunded city to help developers finance their projects. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Carroll.
Hi, Rob. Good to see you. So you know our numbers. There's no getting around that. So in terms of looking at acquisition, you know that we've got the changing problem now that we're not getting as much with the new development. We're not getting a lot to put in some of those reserves. Parkland acquisition or even land acquisition, they're going to be hard funds for us to top up. Sure. Do you have an idea of how we could ramp up acquisition? Because I'm really interested in you raising that point, because this whole report opens with one of the problems being that so much of our housing is private and only 15% of it fits into either TCHC or middle level affordable. How do we go about embarking on that land acquisition when money's not cheap anymore and the regime doesn't really load up our reserves with it? Yeah.
Sure, Councillor, through the chair. I watched for 25 years while the city sold off land to try to raise money for operating budgets. And obviously, the whole time, fiscal constraints were a big issue. I guess the position I'm taking is that there is a lot of money available that is being let go through these tax breaks, and if you were to reverse them, I think the development industry would continue on and you would have a lot more money in your pocket. And I mean, you can't raise money for land through development charges, but you can through taxes, and you have the taxing power. You're just giving too much of it away.
Okay. And if we were to adopt the Housing Action Plan today, but with conditions that we start to look at attaching timelines to some of these tax breaks so that it isn't an endless regime, but it looks at get it started, but then be prepared to wind them back in. Would that be a viable action, or do we end up with a tax break that we can't then get rid of afterwards?
Sure, it's an interesting idea. I mean, the province has reduced the scope of development charges, and they haven't done it as a temporary measure. And if they did it as a temporary measure, you might think it would encourage people to act while the measure is still in place, like a sale on blue jeans.
Right.
And so I think that has some merit. But I would also point out that development charges tended to be going up.
Yeah.
That already provided the incentive to act now to avoid higher charges later.
Yeah, that's true.
The incentive was already there. You don't need it. You don't need to have temporary measures in that kind of an environment.
Right. Thank you. That's a good point.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Melissa Goldstein. Do we have Melissa in the room or online? Online?
Good morning. My name is Melissa Goldstein, housing and homelessness policy researcher, a member of the city's tenant advisory committee, and a Toronto tenant. There are three important issues I wish to raise today. The first is that the multi-tenant housing legalization framework gone from being a central feature of the Housing Action Plan to being removed from it altogether because the city considers it a pass plan will simply build upon. This is deeply troubling given that the complicated work of implementing the legalization framework hasn't yet begun, yet there's much work to be done to ensure that legalizing rooming houses does not have the perverse effect of simply worsening our housing and homelessness crisis. There are significant issues with the multi-tenant housing legalization framework that was passed, as it makes legalization unfeasible for most operators. If enforced, will likely result in hundreds, if not thousands, of multi-tenant houses being either pushed out of business or forced further underground. The loss of the last of the private market housing options affordable to low-income people in the city, and thousands of the city's most marginalized tenants forced out of their homes and into homelessness. Just as the old rules had an ongoing real and significant impact on the many code-protected groups, according to the Ontario Human Rights Commission, the new rules will have a similar and ongoing real and significant impact on those same groups, as it makes the only homes low-income people can afford impossible to operate legally. The implementation of the multi-tenant housing legalization framework and ensuring it functions to increase housing supply, housing choice, and affordability for current and future residents needs to be a key priority of the Housing Action Plan. The second issue I want to raise is the need for the city to uphold its commitment under the Toronto Housing Charter to screen, assess, and revise all decisions, policies, services, and programs that impact housing to ensure that they don't negatively impact the city's policies under the Charter, and also to ensure that the city's policies and programs are designed to avoid residents being made homeless. In 2020, Maitrey conducted a human rights review of some of the elements of proposed multi-tenant house policy on behalf of the city, but the legalization framework that was ultimately passed was significantly different, and much of it was never screened or assessed, which is the reason we are now planning to implement something that will render thousands of low-income tenants homeless and eliminate the last of the homes they can afford. The situation with multi-tenant house legalization follows a problematic pattern of the city failing to uphold the Charter's requirements to screen and assess city decisions, policies, and services. And similarly, the city has a problematic pattern of not engaging with tenants and tenant advocates on matters that affect them, which is the third issue that I wanted to raise today. Tenant voices are missing from the Housing Action Plan, a plan that is largely focused on creating housing specifically for them. Several of the priority initiatives that are considered part of the plan have a significant potential impact on tenants, yet have not sought to engage tenants, tenant advocates, or tenant support service providers, and that they have not applied a right to housing lens to the policies to ensure that they're consistent with the Toronto Housing Charter. Specifically, city planners involved in the various upzoning initiatives of EHON, the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods initiative, have persistently ignored the fact that under the RTA, it will be perfectly legal for landlords and real estate speculators to evict the tenants of existing affordable rental units so that those units can be subdivided into more units, which can then be rented at higher or market rents to new tenants, or redeveloped into low-rise walk-ups. While these policies are being framed as a benefit to tenants, the reality is that the tenants of these properties will not benefit at all. In fact, they're going to lose their homes, and the city will shrink its affordable housing supply, not increase it. And now final drafts of these policies will soon be presented to council, but there have been no discussions about how the city will prevent its rules from displacing tenants and further shrinking the city's supply of affordable housing. Why? Because tenants have not been explicitly consulted about what the new zoning rules the city is drafting might mean for their housing security, and a right to housing lens has not been applied to these efforts. These policies must be screened and assessed for their impact on tenants, and the city must explicitly address how will it manage this very complicated tension between the need for more housing with existing tenants' right to housing and the need to preserve existing housing affordability. Also in the staff report, it states that in its effort to facilitate apartment infill, the city will consult with nonprofit, co-op, and for-profit rental housing providers. It does not say that it's going to consult with the tenants of the properties adjacent to these so-called underutilized open spaces and surface parking lots that the city hopes to develop about the impact that developing those places will have on both the quality of the tenants' housing and on their access to green space and parking. The city is collaborating with academic institutions to better understand the housing needs of students, but apparently not the students themselves or their representatives. And also, the city is currently developing a rent evictions bylaw and implementation plan designed specifically to prevent tenant displacement and the loss of housing affordability, but tenants have not been consulted on the bylaw or how it should be implemented. The city's tenant advisory committee provided input into the recommendations that went before council last July, but that's been the extent of tenant input so far. And these are but a few of many examples. It's great that staff are making recommendations for a new council advisory body to support the city in advancing its commitment to the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing, But the city must recognize that this alone does not do enough to satisfy the requirements of a right to housing approach. Consulting with a single committee or representative has never been an adequate replacement for fulsome consultations with renters, and creating a second advisory body doesn't fix the issue.
Final thought, please.
To realize tenants' right to housing, staff must be directed to follow through on Toronto's commitment under the Housing Charter, and it must also include in the work plan the development of a plan to meaningfully include the perspectives of tenants, tenant advocates, and tenant support service providers in housing planning, policy development, and decision making that goes beyond these advisory bodies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are any questions, the Deputant? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was looking at the clock. It was that's what I was pointing to earlier. So you've mentioned infill and consultation with the existing residents in adjacent buildings. Wouldn't they be normally in the catchment area for the statutory distribution? Wouldn't they get notice of a public consultation?
Not necessarily. Actually, this is another problem with the way tenants are engaged, is that in development applications and changes to a neighborhood or a community, tenants are not sent notices. Only homeowners are sent notices. So they might not actually learn of something that's happening adjacent to their building. They don't even necessarily learn about applications that affect the building that they live in. That's definitely something that,
we're not supposed to debate with deputants, but clearly when it comes to a statutory meeting and the distribution requirements, almost every councillor expands the distribution. It does include rental units, not just property owners. The other thing is, what I have found, because I have a lot of infill applications, is the residents in nearby buildings vigorously fight infill. Even if there's parkland dedication on site. What's your thought of that?
Well, this is why I think this needs to be part of the work plan, because it is not a simple issue, and there is a tension there between creating more housing and supporting the needs of tenants. And I think as a policy, the city needs to develop an overall policy on this and an approach to dealing with this issue, and not deal with these cases on a site-by-site basis, which is what's been happening to date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of deputants? Okay, our next deputant is Bilal Akhtar. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay, that sounds like you can. Thank you to the Deputy Mayor and to the members of the Executive Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak and for being here. My name is Bilal, and I'm a volunteer with More Neighbours Toronto. We're a big tent volunteer group of Torontonians concerned about our housing crisis. Our volunteers have sent in some written comments, and you'll see them in your materials provided. I'll just be summarizing some of the main points here. Generally, we, as well as myself, really like the direction of the Housing Action Plan. Toronto needs more housing. We're a city that welcomes people from across Canada and around the world, and to maintain our status as a city that provides opportunities to everyone who wishes to call it home, we need changes like these. Housing affordability is more important than shadows. Housing affordability is more important than some aesthetic preference to not have nothing over X stories, where that X changes depending on whatever numbers necessary to keep the next housing project out. There are two sides of Toronto. Parts of Toronto that have stayed largely the same, with shrinking populations, empty schools at risk of closing, and fast-moving cars that cause concerns for pedestrians and other vulnerable groups of people moving around. People there genuinely feel disconnected from the rest of the city. And that's a policy choice that past councils have made. A choice that has also led to more sprawl across the GTA, across the 905, displacing more people to the 905 and also the 519, as I was when I moved to Canada 12 years ago. And then there's the other side of Toronto. There's the side of Toronto that still has the last remaining somewhat affordable homes, apartment neighborhoods. All of your wards have a lot of apartments in them. Growth zones, mid-rises, towers, places that have families and kids and young people and renters and new homeowners and international students and the next generation of immigrants. We should be unifying our city, not doing more grand bargains to keep growth out of neighborhoods. And that brings me to my first specific point on the Housing Action Plan, which is that transition zones. And the report mentions that transition zones will have low impact in creating housing units, which I believe means less than 5,000 units being created. That seems to be out of line with the general direction of this report, and that needs to be revisited. Transition zones need to be expanded, and you need to take whatever policy direction you need to take to create as many homes everywhere as possible. And we shouldn't be continuing this grand bargain of keeping growth out of neighborhoods, and transition zones is one of the best ways to do that. Another specific point that I'll make is around floor space index. I sent in this, which might show up in your comments later on or your materials later on. I realize you can't see it if I don't present, but it's a map of FSI across the city of Toronto. FSI, sorry? No, I was just saying I've seen that map before. You've seen that map before? Okay, so I'll summarize it because I realize not everyone can see that. So this is a map that prepared by one of our volunteers about the maximum floor space index that is permitted across Toronto, in Toronto's zoning bylaw today. You can see that large swaths of the city, North York and Scarborough, are gray. Those are parts of the city that do not have a max FSI. Meanwhile, Etobicoke is mostly 0.35 FSI, so you can only have a building that covers 35%, that is one story and covers 35% of the lot area. So good luck building a multiplex there. In the old city, it's like a little higher than that, but it's still pretty low. But while you're simplifying zoning and while as part of the Housing Action Plan, you are unifying zoning across the city, this would be a good time to also unify the city at the same time and not have a situation where multiplexes are far more feasible in Scarborough than they would be in Etobicoke, and to have a framework that recognizes the need for more housing everywhere and simplify zoning along those lines. The last point I'll make is around MTSAs. The report identified MTSAs as being an item that would create a lot of housing. That's great. The province is gonna do a lot of the work there, as it seems. But on that front, please don't get in the way. It would be my only request. I know some of your past colleagues downzoned Long Branch. Please don't do that. That is not the goal. So yeah, that would be the last point I will make. But yeah, thank you for listening to me, and yeah, I can take any questions.
Thank you for your deputation. Questions, Councillor Carroll?
I'm kind of surprised, Bilal, at your concern about the transition zones. When I read it with a different lens on, I guess. I was remembering years ago in North York Community Council, we had a building that I didn't think was too bad. It was going to be 14 stories, but it was on Avenue Road. And people just lost their dang minds about the fact that there would be single-family dwellings behind it. Councillor Pasternak might remember it. It went back and forth for about 3 years because there had to be a transition between the building and the single-family dwelling neighborhood. And finally, the applicant said, I will just buy the single-family dwelling houses that are there, and I will rent them out so that you can call that a transition. And the way I read the report is that we'll transition with density now, instead of just saying, just buy those houses and sterilize this boundary around this building. So we're actually building the potential to put more houses in that transition zone. So I saw it as good news, but you're concerned about it.
We also saw it as good news. I saw it as good news, but I was surprised to see that the report said that it'll have low housing impact. And so our written submission goes into the details on how further away from avenues a transition zone should be. We're requesting it to be greater, but we were surprised to see it designated as something that has low housing impact.
Oh, okay. So when that comes back to committee, we can sort of look at that then with more detail.
Yeah, that would be my request. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for your deputation. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any additional questions to the deputant? Okay. Thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Daryl Chung. Hi, Daryl. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Can I use the overhead for 2 minutes, please?
Yep. AV is coming to assist.
Thank you. May I start? Thank you. All right. The Greater Toronto Apartment Association's members own and manage over 150,000 units of purpose-built multifamily rental in the Greater Toronto area, mostly in the City of Toronto. take great pride in our buildings and value our customers. In the 60s and 70s, nearly 200,000 rental units were built, all offered at market rents. Here's a picture of St. Jamestown back then when it was opened, and these are some of the most affordable rental units in the downtown core today. So today's market rental units are tomorrow's affordable units is the narrative. Naturally occurring housing happens when there's ongoing, consistent, plentiful supply. It results in a healthy housing system. It allows people to move as their life situations change. As some move up the housing ladder, they leave older, more affordable units for young people, new families, immigrants, and downsizing seniors. But as you can see, we've been in chronic undersupply for more than 40 years. We built thousands and tens of thousands of units in the 50s, before the 60s and 70s, and almost nothing since then. There's been a bit of an increase in the last couple of years. This is from the planning department, but this modest increase is way short of planning's determination of 4,000 plus units a year consistently for 35 years just to meet growth. There's a report, if you're interested, that planning published in May of 21 with those kinds of details. And that was before the federal government's larger immigration projections or goals. Today's report states that we're in a crisis. It's critical to the social and economic growth and prosperity of Toronto. And in the same report that Professor Maddie spoke to earlier that he co-authored, it said that rental construction starts in the GTA fell 54%, excuse me, in 22. And this is largely due to sharp increases in interest rates and construction costs. And you guys know this. I mean, Create TO through Housing Now has been feeling the pinch for the last couple of years. As you heard from other speakers and Councillor Carroll, every project is in peril right now or in jeopardy. So that's not news. The roundtable suggests a bunch of things. The second point there says development charges and other municipal fees now account for 15% of the total construction costs on a high-rise rental project in the City of Toronto. The city can waive all of these fees if you want to. Reducing the cost by 15% would change the needle on a lot of these projects. I understand, the funding is used for infrastructure development and it enables growth, but there are other costs associated with the lack of available housing. So when you look at the numbers, you can justify waiving these fees with the cumulative cost of inaction, of doing nothing, of not building more housing. Plentiful new housing, when it isn't injected, the entire system becomes clogged. It's taken us 45 years to get where we are today. We need some bold action to fix two generations of inactivity. Here's some suggestions for your consideration. A sale, a time-limited opportunity of waiving DCs, CBCs, parkland, reduce property taxes for 10 years. Something that, act now, get shovels in the ground now, and these fees are gone. Spur some construction, save the projects that are dying on the vine. Accelerate the concept to Keys priority with priority attention. It's a new program. It started off well. We need to keep pushing that. Geographic results-oriented discounts. Encourage rental where it would never naturally happen. Sure, the downtown core along the subway lines, those are where people recover most of their construction costs through higher rents. No one's building in the far reaches of Scarborough and Etobicoke. Create bigger incentives. For years, the city would say, we have one DC rate across the whole city. But in our discussions with inclusionary zoning, they divided the city into 3 market zones. So that old story is no longer true. You can divide the city into geographic portions and allocate charges differently. Density incentives for rental, for sure. Density always helps. Modify the rental replacement requirements to create an opportunity. Right now, when you look at them from a different perspective, they're punitive. They say to the holder of a 3-story walk-up along one of the avenues, you're never going to make this bigger or taller or more. It'll be forever and a day, a 3-story walk-up, while you look out on the balcony and you see skyscrapers all around and across the street. They're punitive right now. Let's look at this, let's revamp this to make it an opportunity. These are old buildings that are already residentially zoned. They've existed in the neighborhood since probably pre-war. People are used to them. A lot of people would like to move into them if there were more units available and they were modern buildings. We need to do lots of things, encourage infill. In the report, it says we're going to get to that report at the end of '24. That's a long time, maybe not a long time. I know staff are busy and there's lots of stuff on the plate. I understand and appreciate that. But the end of '24 into '25 is a couple of years down the road. We maybe need to do something a little sooner. So we need to do whatever we need to do to preserve what's in the pipeline, to unpause the currently paused projects, to encourage new creation of rental, and to bring down the average age of our rental stock, right? 90% of it is 45 years or older. We need an influx of new units now to bring down that age. So GTA is a member of the Roundtable Working Group, and we appreciate all the efforts staff have made, and we look forward to continuing working with them over the next months to develop some real tangible changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of Deputant? Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Daryl, for coming today. I had a fully approved purpose-built rental application on Shepherd Avenue near Wilmington. It had everything going for it. It had a great Section 37 program. It was purpose-built rental. There was modest affordable. And they are now canceling the project because of CMHC. And I'm just wondering whether you're seeing that as a trend across your network, where I guess the stress tests and costs of CMHC participation is making these projects unaffordable and unfeasible.
Yeah, so any lender will look at the pro forma, and if it doesn't show that it's going to make any return, they're not going to fund it. Right? That's the test. If it doesn't satisfy their requirements, it's not going to happen. And that's what's going on. The rising interest rates and rising construction costs have shifted that side of the pro forma, the cost side, but anticipated revenues have not changed. There's not as much elasticity on how much you can charge.
And I guess CMHC is not assuming the risk on these.
I don't think they can.
Yeah.
I don't think that they'd be acting responsibly if they could, unless they created another program of funding, of grants, or maybe if the city waived 15% of the fees it collects.
Well, the province has already taken away a lot of the fees, so we don't have to do much more on that side. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll had a question?
Yeah, your deputation is kind of the opposite of what Mr. Hatton had to say earlier, in that you want us to waive a lot of fees here, and there are proposals along those lines in the report, but as they come back, I'm frustrated by the reality with rental apartments, and you know this, is yes, they're hard to build. It's hard to get them to occupied, but once they're occupied, REITs love owning them because they're just a steady pipeline of money. And you can decide how much you want to maintain that building, and most of them decide not to maintain them very well at all, and they just make a lot of money. They hand them down to their sons, or they flip them. You know, Timber Creek owns it one day, and then Homeland comes in and owns it for another couple of years. They make money on them. Once they're in situ and existing and occupied, they're a great way to have a steady stream of revenue. So rather than waive, how would you feel about if we took a sort of TIF approach to them, and we were to time limit, not wipe out the fee, but you can pay it 10 years from now. You can pay it, once you occupy, we'll begin an incremental billing to recoup what we have waived for you. What would the rental producers think of that?
I think that's a step in the right direction. Obviously, if you can reduce costs, it will it'll calculate on a spreadsheet what it means in today's dollars. Deferrals are helpful. I mean, the deferral with interest is helpful. So on the province's DC deferral for rental, the interest rate actually makes it more expensive. So no one does that. Everyone walks in and asks for an exemption from the deferral, the disincentive, right? So if it's without interest, the downtown part of Toronto was built on a TEAG.
Yeah.
Right? So we've been asking that for years. You know, it's a 10-year reduction of property taxes. It ramps up 10% a year, and after year 10, you get 100%. If you don't provide that on an infill project, that'll forever remain a tree and some parking, which you're not recovering any property taxes on. But if we infill and build 300 units there, after year 10, you'll be making a lot of revenue.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It helps.
The reason I recommend something more like a TIF approach than a TEAG is that ultimately, if we're going to start talking about waiving development charges on a larger scale, we need them. We can't just waive them and do without them. 10 years from now, as the rest of the buildings enter that neighborhood, I got to build a new sewer. So I need to get that money somehow. But if we could defer and delay, we still need to recoup it. And I can see not charging interest on top of it to layer more cost on, but we do have to get that money somehow. Yeah.
That's a great creative way of looking at it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions, the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Elizabeth McIsaac. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Elizabeth McIsaac. I'm the president of Matry, which is an organization in Toronto dedicated to advancing systemic solutions to poverty through a human rights-based approach. My comments today are in response to the proposed priorities and actions in the city's 2022 to 2026 Housing Action Plan. By way of introduction, and as some of you will know, Matry has worked closely with the city on housing initiatives, multi-tenant housing, the role and function of a housing commissioner, and others, elements of which are included in the Housing Action Plan. Our approach has been and continues to be to support the city in its efforts to address the needs of those living in deepest poverty and housing need. We believe that through a human rights-based approach to housing, many of the challenges confronting the city today can be addressed. At its core, a human rights-based approach requires us to center the person or communities whose rights are in question. It is in this spirit that I'm speaking to you today on the proposed Housing Action Plan's work plan, which presents a robust set of activities and goals to move the marker on the structural supply challenges that the city is facing. My comments today will be focused on the framework for this action. In adopting the Housing Charter and the Housing TO 2020 to 2030 Action Plan, the city committed itself to recognizing adequate housing as a fundamental human right and to the progressive realization of that right. The Charter and Plan provided guiding principles for how the city should approach housing in all its dimensions and including its plans and its activities. While I recognize that the city is still creating and implementing some of the mechanisms to guide this work, it is nonetheless obliged by this commitment to apply this framework to the development and approval of plans such as the Housing Action Plan before you today. As it has been noted, housing is a complex system and exists within a dynamic market, and we know that. And we know that action at one end of the housing continuum has effects on the other. And so while it is clear that the focus of this 4-year plan is on dramatically increasing supply from a human rights-based approach, it is imperative to ensure that housing supply options are available at every level of affordability. For example, the absence of a priority area dedicated to developing and preserving deeply affordable housing represents a notable gap in the Housing Action Plan. Evidence from the city's rental housing roundtable shows that there is a need for more non-market, deeply affordable solutions to support those in greatest need. Similarly, while Council approved the city's new multi-tenant housing policy framework in December, the Housing Action Plan only speaks to the application of this new policy as a subset of preserving the overall rental housing stock. More attention to this area of work would ensure that those in greatest need remain a priority. It's a question of emphasis. Although the city staff report does note that the Housing Action Plan will complement the Housing TO Plan, it is not clear how it will do so, how priorities will be set, which policy actions will take precedence. Nor does it make explicit how the actions outlined will reflect a human rights-based approach to housing and therefore ensure that people in housing need are served by the plan. And critically, there is no locus of accountability at the city to ensure that the Housing TO Action Plan and the proposed Housing Action Plan and the many other plans noted in the report are functioning together to achieve the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing. The city has a lot going on. Where do we pull it up together? Without this, there's a good chance that the extensive and complex set of actions outlined in the individual plans will not work together, not solve the city's housing crisis. Most importantly, that those in greatest housing need, will continue to have their rights compromised. We know a Deputy Ombudsman of Housing is being proposed to Council. We know that the Housing Action Plan recommends a Council Housing Advisory Committee on the right to housing. But it is critical that there is a point of accountability, of human rights accountability, resourced and capable of ensuring that the priorities set and the balance of housing investment made reflects the progressive realization of the right to housing in Toronto. So to this end, we recommend 3 things. 1, ensure that the Housing Action Plan is guided explicitly by the recognition that adequate housing is a fundamental human right and a human rights framework to further the progressive realization of this right as per the Housing Charter. 2nd, develop a specific priority area within the Housing Action Plan's work plan to support deeply affordable rental housing. This area could include the actions identified by the city's rental housing roundtable, such as ways to support nonprofit and purchase of existing affordable rental buildings. And finally, develop a comprehensive articulation of what all the plans together mean. That is, what is their potential cumulative impact, ensuring that the plans don't operate in silos, and to this end, consider the allocation of the city's overall fiscal and resource capacity in order to realize the right to housing for everyone in Toronto. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of the Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next Deputant is Mary Helen Spence. Mary online. Do you have Mary Helen Spence online?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mary. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
You have 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm speaking today because I've noted with concern that while each planning report dealing with various building initiatives identifies the importance to preserve neighborhood tree canopy, the actual action to do so becomes weaker and weaker. In this report, we now have perhaps the most honest comments. To paraphrase, we really can't meet our housing goals without the danger of destroying the city's tree canopy, but don't worry, we have policies in place to ensure monetary compensation. Do you think that's good enough? I hope not. The report talks about complete communities and infrastructure, but is neglecting already council-directed action to address the Green's infrastructure concerns. Given that City Council in December of 2021 reaffirmed the goal of 40% tree canopy by 2050 to align with the city's transformed net zero strategy, we strongly object to City Council accepting immediate loss of tree canopy and green space with no concrete strategies to add tree canopy and green space in the immediately impacted communities. There have been multiple motions and promises of strategies of how the expansion of green space of the tree canopy can be achieved while still permitting aggressive infill market-based housing. But deadlines for these reports have come and gone. Examples of just 3, IE 26.6, PH 31.6, IE 30.18. The missing planning and housing report to set up a tree housing working group was to report by Q1 2023 or earlier. This committee is not mentioned in the Housing Action Plan. Staff has said this morning they are committed to accountability. We have asked about the progress of this committee but cannot get information. Is it at work? Where is their report? Is your goal to build more buildings or to create a livable city? Trees are an inexpensive and easy way to improve livability. You are saying the Housing Action Plan is vital. Is the net zero strategy not also vital? Promises of vague, unspecified plans down the road to expand the tree canopies are not sufficient when we are in a climate emergency. This report before you today seems to boast that it is not just meeting provincial government housing targets, but exceeding them. Is it a City Council decision to exceed the building boom set by Doug Ford? Why? How about just meeting the provincial standards and doing it responsibly? How will the city achieve a 40% tree canopy when it has made no progress in 10 years and has presented no plan for adding green space in neighborhoods where green space and trees are being removed? As this city's executive leadership, please care and see that the directions of our elected council gives to staff are followed by them. As you show commitment to action to build more buildings, show an equal commitment to creating a livable city. More people need more trees, not fewer. Ask staff today the status of these already requested reports. Please pass a motion today that insists potential strategies for protecting and growing the tree canopy are brought forward for public discussion and action prior to moving forward with more zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next presenter is Mark Richardson. Mark, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors. I am not the Lorax. I do not speak for the trees. I am here today to talk about the Housing Action Plan. Councillors, our volunteers at housingnowto.com welcome the arrival of the Housing Action Plan and the identified priorities for the 2022 to 2026 term of council. As outlined, this new action plan incorporates many of the municipal, institutional, and intergovernmental issues that our group has identified since 2018. We have seen that they have negative impacts on the city's ability to deliver new units of affordable rental housing at the pace of new unit delivery that is required to address our ongoing crisis in the City of Toronto. We encourage the city to amend the current 2023 Housing Action Plan with the goal of exceeding the provincial target of creating 285,000 new homes within the City of Toronto over the next 10 years. We would like you to add an explicit target to ensure that at least 57,000 or 20% of those new homes are created within the workforce, affordable, and rental housing bands. Our volunteers would like to highlight these specific items in the report today that will be your biggest opportunities to create large volumes of new affordable rental housing at speed and at scale in the City of Toronto over the next 10 years. Your Housing Now sites, as-of-right zoning for major transit station areas, facilitating infill apartments, the Quayside and Portlands, Villiers Island, and Downsview. There's a good chart which has in your report, which has the housing potential of every site. I argue a little bit about the gradients for housing potential, but you'll notice that the staff have identified things that have high housing potential. Given the capacity and staffing issues that are regularly reported by the Chief Planner, we would encourage Council to focus your limited staff resources and attention onto work plan items that are identified as having high potential in the housing. Particularly, you'll notice things like the as-of-right for major transit station areas is tagged as high, as is the Housing Now program. We also support the inclusion of the Downsview area in the work plan as identified as having a high housing potential, as most of the area is owned by the Canadian federal government and a large multi-billion-dollar Canadian public sector pension fund. These guys need to come to the table with affordable housing units at speed and at scale. However, we're very concerned that the housing potential for Villiers and Quayside, which are managed by Waterfront Toronto, are only tagged as medium. They're tagged as medium because of the way you've broken up the threshold between low, medium, and high. Low is under 5,000. Medium is 5,000 to 25,000 units. There's a lot of space in medium. Realistically, anything over 10,000 units is high potential for new housing. We're also concerned that the individual housing now sites are tagged as only having medium potential. They don't have medium potential. The whole Housing Now program has high potential. So every one of these sites has to be considered high potential sites, and staff have to be directed to work appropriately on those sites. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer your questions that councillors or city staff may have on affordable housing best practices and how Toronto can make effective decisions to alleviate the rental housing crisis. You heard earlier from Maddie Simateki, who is someone we work with at the U of T. They created a very nice report for you, but it looked like garbage. We worked with the folks at More Neighbours, and we highlighted some of the key items that are in that report. The scale of the crisis is a slide that I want us to focus on. At current prevailing construction rates, building 40,000 affordable homes in Toronto would cost at least $19.4 billion in capital costs alone. Someone's got to fill that bucket, be it the province, be it the city, be it pension funds, be it the federal government. $19.4 billion is the problem you have. You have it over the next 10 years. You need almost $2 billion a year to fill that bucket. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Ainsley.
Oh, okay, sorry. When the screens weren't displayed, I couldn't see you there. I see you now. Go ahead.
Sorry, to Mr. Richardson, you also submitted a letter that's on record. It has a number of red boxes in it. Can you elaborate on all of the red boxes?
Sure. We'll start at the top. The first one is this housing potential item that we talk about. What is the housing potential of each of these individual sites? We need to break them into smaller groups somehow, because that gap between 5,000 units and 25,000 as medium is just too big a box. Also, on the page 1 of our letter, you'll see that the high potential Housing Now sites have a flag on them, which is subject to provincial and federal investment. If the feds or the province don't come to the table with today's construction costs, with today's interest rates, those Housing Now sites stall out, which is exactly what we've seen on Housing Now sites, I think, in most of your wards that have been approved. The as of right for major transit station areas, it says timing subject to minister's approval of major transit station areas. If the minister doesn't approve them, you can't implement your policies there. We don't even get the 5% for 25 years IZ that the province has set for major transit station areas. So Steve Clark needs to pick up a pen on a bunch of things around the city, and we'd encourage him to do so. And then the Villiers Island and Quayside projects is really just that we think those sites are able to generate more than 5,000 units. We think potentially some of those sites like Villiers can generate more than 10,000 units. We think that the gradient should be at 10,000 units is what triggers your high. And then on the Housing Now sites, the fact that you have all of these individual sites flagged as medium, but cumulatively they're part of a high project, so tag them all as high. School boards and post-secondary institutions, they're tagged as low. It's unfortunate they're tagged as low. They're tagged as low because the TDSB is as broke as you guys are, and therefore it's hard for them to do smart things with their land. It's really going to take a provincial change to make that happen. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
It does. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you,
Those
Councillor
are my
Bradford.
questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Bradford.
Just very quickly, thank you for the deputation, Mark. The report that you referenced, the 40,000 units at a cost of $19.4 billion estimated, do you know if that is inclusive or exclusive of the infrastructure enabling dollars to support that growth?
It's $460,000 a door, roughly, which is what most of your affordable housing projects have run in the last couple of years. In most cases, those are sites that already have some sort of contribution of government land or land that's already owned. On those sites, on the affordable units, you'd be waiving the DCs, you'd be waiving the property taxes. So I can't tell, like Councillor Pasternak, for example, Downsview has to be fully serviced. The Wilson parking lot has to be fully serviced before that development can take place. Villiers has to be fully serviced. So that bucket needs to be filled. I think my understanding of it, and I could be corrected, is that the $460,000 per unit is after all the servicing. That's just straight build cost, dollars per door, after the site is ready to be shoveled in the ground.
That's my understanding as well. I'll clarify with staff, but you know, the total cost to bring on the housing online, you know, if that's the case, would be much more significant.
We've had this discussion and we've been talking about it for a while, that affordable housing in the City of Toronto is infrastructure. We need to build it at the speed and the scale that we build subways. The feds and the province provide billions of dollars to build a subway. We don't go to the feds and the province asking for money one station at a time. They fund an entire line.
Right.
We don't get that benefit. When we have CMHC projects that the Affordable Housing Office goes, they have to go one at a time, site by site, be it 30 units or 300 units, one at a time to CMHC. That doesn't scale to the kind of crisis we have today.
Thanks very much. Appreciate your deputation.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our last deputant on this item is Jacob DeWang. Do you have Jacob online? Hi, Jacob. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks to all the councillors and city staff for putting forward such an ambitious plan for the 2023 housing plan. Like Bilal, I'm a volunteer at More Neighbours Toronto. I think he spoke a bit about our mission. In short, our goal is to end the housing crisis in Toronto by promoting building more multifamily homes of all types and tenures at all affordability levels, so that we can finally tackle the problem of building enough homes where people want to live. I guess a bit about me. I'm a young renter, not currently in Toronto. I'm visiting my girlfriend in Waterloo. I was hoping to come there in person, but I'm probably going to be leaving Toronto in the near future. And because of the housing crisis, I just don't know if I can come back. The housing crisis is continuing to make its way up the income ladder, and it doesn't sleep, it doesn't stop, it just keeps going. It doesn't wait for an election or for studies to be completed. And we really need to start tackling that problem. So I think Bilal covered a lot of what we wrote in our letter. And I know our letter is a huge laundry list of requests of what to include in the housing action plan. But I'll say that the details will be important. If we are to exceed that goal of 285,000 homes in the next 10 years, we can't be limiting the scope of these studies. So that's where our letter comes in, where we have more details on what we need to include. So say, for example, in the avenues and mixed areas part of the housing action plan, why should we be limiting the scope of the study to reviewing just the rear angular planes? We should be also reviewing other problematic policies that lead to increased costs and less efficient building envelopes, like the front angular planes as well. I won't bore you by going through every subject that we wrote in detail, but I'll say one last thing. We talked a lot about, I heard a lot of questions about money today. Last Friday, the federal government announced the details of the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund. I would recommend that the city tie its housing action plan to the Housing Accelerator Fund. There's a lot of money on the table there, with more money going to cities that have plans that will build more housing and that will increase the number of units. this is money for systemic and transformational change only. It is not for a project by project basis. And I hope that we will be able to prioritize the initiatives that will win the most funding from the Housing Accelerator Fund, and that this will enable the city to deliver on the systemic change that is promised in this housing action plan. But once again, the details will matter. I hope that we will. I hope that you will consider the request that we've made in the letter to expand the scope of some of these studies that are planned, and we look forward to seeing the details when they come back to committee. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, that completes our deputations. Before we move to questions of staff, we did submit the transmittal from TTC EX 313. Does anybody want to hold that item, or can we dispense of it in that way? Staff, no holds? Okay. Motion to accept the transmittal? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. Okay, going back to EX 3.1 Housing Action Plan, questions of staff. Outside councillors first. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to ask my first question, I think, to the city manager, because it's of sufficient high level, but please feel free to refer it either to the Housing Secretariat or to planning. This plan before us is quite an assortment of initiatives. They're quite ranging in what they're attempting to do. Can you describe to me, or even just to the public, what the tangible outcomes are and how we're going to measure that, whether or not we're going to achieve it?
So through the chair, I'll begin, and then I will ask Abby and or Greg to chime in as well. Housing is a complex issue. It stretches across many divisions within the city. The goal of this plan is to bring together those many elements so that we can address the barriers that exist to building more housing and building it faster, and that we can also inspire our own divisions within the public service to work together in order to ensure that we are providing the very best service to make that happen as well. That will also encourage the public to understand how this is all fitting together, and will allow us a single point of accountability around reporting through this plan. So there are real reasons why this works from a public service perspective. I think there are real reasons why this works from a reporting to you as council perspective. And the whole goal here though is more housing built quickly across the entire continuum of housing, because we know this is not just an issue that exists for one part of our community. Yes, there are some who exhibit and experience more vulnerabilities, but when it comes to housing, this is an issue for all Torontonians. Abby or Greg, anything else to add?
Through the chair, I would maybe just add that the new housing data hub enables us to track this action plan against the 285,000 that we will be pledging, and also though enables us to track what actually gets built and not just enabled or approved.
So there's the piece. More housing is one thing. Setting a numerical target is another. Are you telling me that that's the outcome? 285 homes, 10 years. Is that what our objective is?
Through the speaker, Councillor, there are different ways and different targets to look at this question. I believe that the housing.
I gotta know them though.
Fair enough. The provincial government has asked the cities around the GTA and some others to commit to a housing pledge, which is demonstrating a commitment, in their words, to achieve a certain number of units, and that provincial number is 285,000. We have said in this report that we will work to meet or achieve that number, work to achieve or exceed that number.
So hang on.
That's the number, sorry, that's the number. There are other numbers in the growth plan and that we also aim to meet, which relate to our population growth and employment targets.
This is very important though. What do you mean by achieve? Are we building housing or are we approving housing? And this is the heart of my question. What is our job here under this plan, and what are we committing to do? And why?
So I'll maybe begin, and Abby can supplement, but We report annually on our development pipeline and the amount of housing that's constructed in the city and approved in the city. We generally at this city approve twice as much housing as actually gets built, because we don't control all the levers that actually translate into completed units. And many of the deputants and staff have observed that is, in a market economy, that is predominantly up to the market. We are also, though, very concerned with the production of affordable housing and all of the program and policy approaches that support the construction of affordable, because that addresses some of the crisis points that we are having to manage, which again has been pointed out by the research, and maybe Abby can supplement.
So are we going to build the affordable housing? And if we are we going to be paying for it? Because that's the next report. I just want to know, are we committing to that in this plan? I need to understand what the approval is here.
Through the chair, that is not what we have put forward today in this report. We've identified a number of different roles. So what we're doing is laying out the pathway to the city enabling or approving around 285,000 homes with all of the collective cumulative actions identified here. In addition, the city has a number of other roles. We are a funder of affordable housing. We provide funds through our open door programs and a number of other programs. And through that, we've indicated here that we will be bringing back reports that update our programs alongside these commitments around these units. So you will see future reports that update programs. And then lastly, we do actually build affordable housing. We have been directly involved in the Rapid Housing Initiative, delivering that using federal funds, federal capital funds and provincial operating dollars. So we have a number of different roles here, but you will see updates to programs which have financial commitments in other reports coming forward to planning and housing.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Additional questions outside councillors first. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. I want to investigate some of the thoughts that Mr. Hatton brought. It was nice to see Rob back at City Hall. So I'm trying to understand about what is the most effective way to spend public money. Ms. Bond, on previous occasions, you've told us that it is more cost effective to purchase and protect an existing unit of affordable housing than to build a new one. Is that true still?
Through the chair, certainly some of the cost per unit can be lower for acquisition and renovation, but not always. Certainly we've seen some of those costs rise in relation to construction inflation and renovation costs in recent times. We've laid out largely a number of different ways to address the issue, coming at it from both preservation and also the creation of new units.
The next piece is, has an analysis been done at any point about what we get when we provide incentives to private developers versus what we get when we either acquire or construct socially owned housing?
Through the chair, I think this report today provides us with more food for thought in terms of how our programs or incentive packages may need to shift or change. Staff are continuing. We'll take this work done by the Rental Housing Opportunities Roundtable and take it over the next few weeks to develop some further recommendations that we will bring back to committee and council, and likely also take into account the new housing accelerator that was announced on Friday and all available federal and provincial monies. So you will see future recommendations based on what you see today.
Okay, and I'm not sure if this next one is for the city manager or the CFO. Given the next report that you have about the very serious financial straits that the city is in, and also Mr. Hatton's comments on this, will we be, as part of our examination of the city's finances, be looking at what is the most cost-effective way to invest in the housing market with a critical eye on whether subsidizing private construction makes sense.
So through the chair, I don't know that the specific piece you've asked is part of our conversation, but I will say we are looking at all the broadest ways that we need to address the sustainability financially of the city. So asked if that's a specific task that we're undertaking as part of the review. I don't believe it is, but we can certainly add that broader question into our ongoing discussions around financial sustainability.
So I take that as a yes, you will be doing that?
So through the chair, you can take it as a yes. We're going to look at every available reality the City of Toronto needs to explore. But in terms of, is that part of the active investigation, which would come back with a specific recommendation at this time? No, it's not part of the work plan.
So I'd need to move a motion to make that part of the work plan, either here or at council. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional outside questioners? And Councillor Prusa, did you have questions on this item?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. You're up.
All right. So my question is this. For example, Emery Village, they built a development up there a while back. They produce somewhere in the neighborhood of 24 or 34 affordable housing units. The development came on stream 6-7 years ago. As I understand it, because I've never really been able to get any more details on it, as I understand it, the affordable units came in at 80% of the market rate for a period of 20 years. So we're 7 or 8 years into that. And I understand that the units themselves are managed by the developer. Like they figure out who gets to live there, who doesn't get to live there. If people move on, what happens to the unit? So how do we track that? Do you track that? Does that show up on any of our on any of your registry as there's these 24 or 34, I don't know what the number is, affordable units there. Who's living in them? What happens to those?
Through the chair, yes, we are working with both the Housing Secretariat and our city planning colleagues to track units like that. And as you remember from the summer at council last year, we indicated that we'll be creating a new affordable rental portal, which will be launched early next year to enable people to have one window in to access units like that. So all affordable rental units, will be working hard to bring those units underneath that portal so that anyone, irrespective of whether the units are managed by a developer or not, the average person can find available housing, find access to that kind of housing more easily. So that is definitely part of our work plan to do that.
Okay. And so that'll come on stream, I guess, next year, and there'll be some kind of an internet interface that people can go to figure that out. Is there do you have a hard copy today? I guess what I'm asking is we all sit around here and we talk about what's happening, and each one of us is kind of familiar with these sort of one-off projects, and like Councillor Cheng is very familiar with a one-off project in her ward, for example, and how that's being developed or created, but we don't have a broad picture citywide. I think what we need to do, and this is not just to put pressure on you, but is to also within that framework is we need to have an understanding of how many units are in the city of Toronto, how many of them are single-family houses. When we talk about this, when we talk about the missing middle, we talk about those opportunities. When we talk about the rental units and the rental market, when we talk about rent geared to income units, when we talk about co-ops, we used to build co-ops, and there's a number of them out there that have strata of income ranges living in them. How do we sort of, I've never seen a document that says that we have 56,000 rent geared to income units being managed by Toronto Community Housing, and we have, another 22,000 quasi-rent geared to income units being managed by co-op boards. We don't have anything like that, and I think that's a fundamental place for us to start.
Is there a question?
The question is, do you have that? Do you have a paper copy of that? And can that paper copy be shared with us in an easy-to-read format so we have a sense of what's out there? So we get to share in the information that you guys have at your fingertips every day.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, I would like to highlight that we have made a big step forward today. We launched the Housing Data Book and also the new Housing Hub. And so much of the information that the Councillor is asking for is now available digitally to members of Council and also the public. Certainly, there is a complete picture of all of the affordable rental units created since 2017, and you can look at that on a map. And we'd be happy to follow up with the Councillor and show how that data portal works, and also arrange for hard copies of some of that information to be provided to your office.
Please, if you can do that, that would be very, very good.
Yeah, that's time. Additional questions of staff? I think we're done. Outside councillors first. Okay, we're done. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Morley, Councillor Carroll.
Great, thanks very much. Through you, Madam Chair, and it's been touched on a couple of times this morning, but the bottom line is that politicians are not responsible for the backlog of units being built. In your report, I guess on page 8, you've said if you take the numbers from 2017 to 2021 and prorate them out to 2031, Council would have approved 297,000 units, but only built 160,000. Now, I'm assuming I've read those numbers correctly. So the problem is not so much the application approval process, although that's not always easy. The problem are other blockage in the system. And I'm just wondering, your report doesn't really seem to address that, the real core problem here in getting housing built. And I know infrastructure is something that keeps coming up, but do you just want to highlight why we're only building over a long period of time a little over half of the units we approve?
Through the Deputy Mayor, Councillor, the report goes on to indicate what some of those factors are, and they include certainly the size and complexity of projects, the construction and financing costs, supply chain we've seen through the last 3 years with lots of issues. A lot of the approvals that we see at the city are what I call real estate investment related decisions. That's not illegal. That's something that happens in the real estate sector. How many of those units actually translate into projects that become a site plan approval, that become a building permit, is something that we also track, because it gives us a better sense of what's real. I mean, again, real estate is real estate, but we're very interested in facilitating unit completions and working on our, as you pointed out, our development approvals related to folks who want to go ahead and actually build units. And we track that as well, because we're dependent on the market to produce this. Overall, the construction or the market capacity to build in the city is generally about half of what it needs to be if we want to hit that 285 number as completions. We can enable it, but in order to hit that as completions, the capacity of construction in the city is going to have to double probably. We've never built at that rate, looking back decades probably. Never built at that rate.
Okay, we'll leave that one for now. Now, under the new CBC, we know that Section 37 is a part of the past, but are there any barriers to planners asking for affordable housing units in existing or potential applications?
Through the Deputy Mayor, under the new regime, the CBC regime, the payment of the CBC, which is set at 4%, is paid at building permit. And there is an allocation of that 4% that would go into the affordable housing program. So that is one way that a contribution will continue to be made, albeit that it is measurably smaller than what we were previously able to negotiate under the old regime of Section 37. The other way that we may be able to secure affordable housing is through inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning can be enabled in protected major transit station areas around the city, and there are some 107, I believe, PMTSAs on the Minister of Municipal Affairs' desk awaiting approval so that we can implement inclusionary zoning at a rate of 5%, which was reset in Bill 23.
But are there any statutory barriers to asking? Because some developers are more than willing to sit at the table and talk about embedding affordable units, and planning staff don't seem to want to enter that conversation. Well, I don't know why.
I think through the speaker, we have legislative limitations that we perhaps did not have before. If a proponent wants to bring forward a proposal for more than what they are required to build, I think they'd get a very receptive meeting, but we cannot mandate that, and we cannot use that as a reason to not approve their project. So the dynamic of that conversation is different.
So I'll squeeze in one more question. It seems that when we build high-level transit in the city, whether it's the University Spadina Extension or the Eglinton Crosstown, we don't engineer and design subway stations for air rights, which is actually pretty common in other cities. Can you elaborate any on why we're not building subway stations where we can build density right on top of those stations?
Through the Deputy Mayor, the Eglinton line programmatically was not designed to merge development with the transit development. In other words, it was a transit program to build transit with the stations that you see there today on Eglinton. The 4 priority projects that the province is currently advancing have more of an integrated approach where development is actually being conceived with the transit facility, with the transit station, hence the transit-oriented communities program that we are working on with the province, and delivering integrated development sometimes immediately on top of or immediately beside the transit facility. So it's a much better way to proceed with the transit investment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's Councillor Morley, followed by Councillor Carroll, and Councillor Crawford is going to take the chair for a few minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are specifically just following up on a few comments that came forward from deputants around our tree canopy. While I'm grateful for staff's work and we appreciate the crisis nature of our housing situation right now, similarly, we have a crisis with respect to our environment. And as a representative for a very green and tree-lined community, this is something that's important to us, and I think it's also important as we consider future-proofing our communities that we are not, losing sight of making sure that our communities and neighborhoods are breathable and livable and walkable. And so my question, I guess, to staff is, what impact does this housing plan in front of us have on our tree protection policy and our tree canopy at large?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. Oh, there you are. Kim is at home and available to answer a more detailed question.
Thank you, Janie. Good morning, everyone. Kim Statham, Director of Urban Forestry. Through the chair, the report before you, as noted, recognizes that the tree canopy and tree protection bylaws do attempt to balance growth with tree protection. We've noted, and as we know, that as of right development does not prevent the issuance of tree permits. What it does is requires compensation in the form of planting on site or through cash in lieu. For urban forestry and our partners in city planning, building the city, we first, of course, always look to retain and protect the tree canopy that we have. Secondarily, we look to plant and restore and expand the canopy following that.
Thank you. And I'll just note for the benefit of my colleagues that Long Branch, which was also noted by one of the deputants today, has an incredibly active and engaged neighborhood association who's all about the tree canopy and the protection of the tree canopy. They've been monitoring this issue since about 2017, and despite their efforts, despite the tree planting that's going on, specifically in Long Branch, they have seen a degradation of the tree canopy, which was about 27%. It's gone backwards as opposed to getting stronger around 40%. So while I appreciate housing is a human right and we absolutely need to get busy, one of the big takeaways is we need our partners at the provincial and federal levels at the table for us to achieve the goals set out in this report. But also, again, just wanting to really highlight and flag the consideration and also noting that Etobicoke Lakeshore has some of the poorest air quality, which has also prevented some development for additional housing. So, you know, all of these issues are interconnected and I think important for us to keep top of mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. I have Councillor Carroll next.
Yes. Just to pursue, well, actually, no, first of all, my overview question, just to make sure that people are clear. So today, these are the broad brushstrokes of the action plan and the work plan. As these things come back to planning and housing, based on what's happening with the market, and money is more and more expensive every day, can adjustments be made to the proposals as they're coming back to planning and housing?
Through the chair, absolutely. This today is our best look forward for how we create a plan to deliver on a significant amount of new housing. Each of those reports will lay out in much more detail what they're able to contribute and what the outcomes will be. And as we go through that process with council and with committee, we'll learn a lot and we'll be refining our thinking as we go.
Okay, so in terms of the incentives themselves, the financial incentives that were sort of a point of debate in the deputants that we heard from, we are talking about certain incentives, but you haven't nailed them right down and specifically quantified each one. So if council wanted to look at, because we're in this very same agenda, we're looking at our dire financial picture and the jump off the cliff situation we're getting to here. So if we wanted to look at something, particularly because it is rental housing, you're not burdening a condo board, it's a landlord who later on when the building's done, it's just gonna make money every year. So if we were to look at deferrals as opposed to waiving, so that over the long term, the money that we need for infrastructure does find its way to city coffers, are we adopting anything today that precludes us looking at that as a principle?
Through the chair, no, we're not. We actually have no proposals before you today in terms or recommendations about what city staff should do on this issue. This report provides us, as I said, the food for thought to enable us to go develop those recommendations.
Fantastic, fantastic. And then I want to turn to another one that I think there are two other questions, Madam Chair, that come from the deputies, and one's about the transition zones. There isn't a lot of detail about how that transition will look exactly. Can I assume that you know the goal is to get to where we don't have, you got to create a buffer with nothing in it between a single family dwelling and an avenue dense form of housing that will actually transition to the single family dwelling. So there's some density going in. But can I assume that the various terrains and various avenues present different challenges, and so there will be some area specific approaches to the concept of transition zoning.
Through the Deputy Mayor, Councillor, I think what you will see as we report out on this, hopefully, I believe, to the June Planning and Housing, is a suite of ideas about transition. They will, of course, look at different typologies across the city that exist. Sometimes land is higher, sometimes it's lower, sometimes there's opportunities for gentle density in neighborhoods. That the transition of angular planes, all of this is kind of on the table, so that we look at how we're, first and foremost protecting the public realm, but also realizing that there's housing to be achieved on our main streets.
Yes.
And we don't want to artificially limit that housing and make sure that the transition in scale, more than anything else, is properly addressed. And there are many, many ways to do that in our repertoire, and we want to bring forward those ideas for public discussion.
So site by site, you'd have sort of a menu of options.
Yeah, I wouldn't say as a site owner you would, but the menu of options will be broader than that. They won't be as specific. There'll probably be 5 or 7 ways to effectively achieve transition.
Okay, and lastly, I wonder, Madam Chair, if we can give staff a chance to comment on. We had a deputation that kind of took staff to task for not engaging tenants at this point. And I know they were slightly engaged, but I want to give staff a chance, because I asked offline during that deputation if they maybe want to speak to where within this housing plan and all of its work plan, where and when do we envision really engaging tenants actively?
Thank you. Through the chair. So our rental housing opportunities roundtable, which I think was referenced, was very specifically designed to focus on rental housing supply and some of the constraints and issues being faced by nonprofit and for-profit developers. So that was very much our target audience for that particular group. As noted, a key part of this action plan is bringing back to council next week, actually, the terms of reference for the advisory group of council in relation to housing as a human right. And so that's a really important new advisory group of council that will help guide both city staff and council new policy and program around how we center the progressive realization of housing in our work. So that's really important. And obviously we have built on many different engagements on specific policies and programs, and including the feedback we received from the Tenants Advisory Committee during the last term. And obviously there have been very specific engagement efforts in relation to some of the planning programs that are coming forward. I don't know if Greg has anything to add on that.
Fantastic. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm wondering, when someone is working full-time at minimum wage, do we consider that person to be a person in need, or are they a participant in our society? What do we classify a minimum wage worker?
Through the chair, I think some of the information, clearly somebody who's working on minimum wage is an important worker in our city. We rely on many people who are on minimum wage to drive the economic growth of our city. And so they're important citizens for us to consider in terms of housing policy. You'll note in the housing data book a large amount of information about the types of people, the types of incomes that are needed to afford the average market rent in the city. And really we're looking at, for a 2-bedroom home right now, you would need to have an average income of $76,000 to afford a 2-bedroom apartment in the city, which is clearly much more than someone on minimum wage can afford.
So as we develop all of this Housing Action Now policy, I see a lot of mention of affordable, but is affordable to this group of minimum wage workers?
Through the chair, the Rental Housing Opportunities Roundtable report was really helpful in making an important distinction that there are two affordable housing crises that are being experienced by our citizens. One for, average workers in the city and kind of trying to find and afford average rental housing. And then for very, very low income residents, really finding any kind of housing at all is very challenging and keeping it. And so it's really about providing a broad spectrum of responses that try to meet the needs of both of those groups to keep us economically sustainable and with a diverse households in our city that makes us a great place to live.
So our current definition of affordable is 5 to 10% below market, is that correct?
We have generally looked traditionally at affordability being 80 to 100% of area market rent. We brought as staff a report last year that where council asked us to look at an income-based definition, but we recognized in that report that to do that, to make that shift, would require likely larger incentives or subsidies in order to be able to deliver an income-based definition.
Is there a plan to illustrate the gap that this is creating in our housing action plan, that there is a significant demographic in our city that is not going to be served by the affordable housing that is built, and that currently there is no actual plan for deeply affordable housing?
Through the chair, we hope that the degree of transparency and accountability provided in the Housing Data Hub and in the Housing Data Book will help with that dialogue and discussion. I would highlight, though, that the area we have been successful in delivering housing for very low incomes is when we're able to harness the capital funding from the federal government through the Rapid Housing Initiative. That housing we're delivering, the kind of 1,500 homes that we've been able to deliver over the last number of years, does explicitly meet the needs of those people who are either without a home right now, without income, or living on some kind of benefit.
But it's not the minimum wage worker. They're not specifically the target of this rapid housing.
Through the chair, the rapid housing is not. However, on the affordable rental side, we are often able to get units below 80% of area market rent. We negotiate sometimes a number of units at 40% of area market rent, and we look to apply housing benefits or rent supplements to get to that lower income. We're not
Thank
able
you.
to
Sorry, I just have one more question. I'm running out of time. Sure. Thank you. My last question is more about infrastructure, because we have a whole very thoughtful plan here about how we're going to increase our housing. But I'm afraid that when we talk about infrastructure, it's very patchwork. So we have a master plan for daycares, a master plan for PFNR, but it's not one coordinated strategy of how we're going to grow infrastructure, especially with the reduction in development charges and the conversion of Section 37 to community benefits. So my question is there a plan to come up with a master plan of equal thoughtfulness and magnitude for our infrastructure?
Through the Deputy Mayor, Councillor, I would answer the question at several levels. One, the 10-year capital plan is certainly a master plan that is a representation of all the services that the city provides and translates that into an outlook on a rolling basis, renewed every year. We undertake background studies for development charges that give us a good idea, again, on a 5-year basis, what the outlook and need is for infrastructure. Thirdly, we look at area plans. So, for example, in Yonge and Eglinton, in the downtown, and Golden Mile, Yonge North, all of these secondary plans that we're doing, we put them through an infrastructure planning lens to understand what infrastructure would be required for those complete communities in those areas. I'll acknowledge, and you've identified in your question, that there is a serious financial concern underpinning all of that, which is if the DCs, which have been traditionally a funding source for some of that infrastructure, are curtailed, then there will be shortfalls in that. And we have to look at new and creative ways to continue to build complete communities and the infrastructure that we need. It's not just a housing issue. It's an issue around building complete communities and making sure not only that we have the infrastructure plans, but we have the funding sources that support that infrastructure.
Thank you. Additional questions of staff? Okay, Councillor Bradford.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Could you walk me through, we had a question from a deputant, could you walk me through how we landed on the low, medium, and high impact with respect to more housing and each of the initiatives?
Through the chair, I think there were a number of comments about both impact and also importance. The estimates of the range, we tried to look at the number of units that were likely would be an outcome from those efforts, and we arrived at the ranges that you see in the report. I think as you see the reports coming forward individually, you'll see a refined aspect, a refined estimate of what those are able to be delivered. And certainly when you see the Housing Now update in April, you'll see a programmatic impact at that level so that you can see that it is indeed high impact, as was identified by one of the deputants.
Is there a scenario, we have our new dashboard and we're bringing much more accountability to all of this. Would it not be important for us in the Housing Action Plan to come out and state where we are as a baseline, where we think we're going to be with the initiatives that are in front of us today?
Through the chair, I think that is what we've tried to do in this report, is identify what our early estimates of what that baseline is. For some of the actions, it's harder than others to make that assumption at this point, but we've done our best to do that. And as I said, you'll see much more refinements to those in future reports, and we can update overall what we think the target, the enabling target might be.
One of the things that the Housing Action Plan is doing is cleaning up our zoning bylaw and simplifying things for people. And you refer to moving towards a form-based zoning as opposed to what I would characterize traditionally as more of a housing type. Could you explain why that is different and how that would increase opportunities to create more housing?
Simply put, a form-based zoning would look at the length, width, and height of a structure on a lot, and within that, the opportunity to realize housing, whether it be 1 unit, 2, 3, 4, or whatever number of units. The essence of a form-based approach would be focus on the overall scale and impact of those dimensions, and agree that we want to continue with low-scale neighborhoods. There's a certain unmet realization of housing that could take place within that scale. So it's a way you want to lock the potential of what is already there and not really being realized within that low scale. It's not unlike other approaches that we've taken in the city where we've, such as King Spadina and King Parliament, but on a much larger scale. And it's certainly a direction that is being taken in other cities in North America, where the focus is on the overall scale and less about the detail of what happens inside the box.
Why was this not set up historically post-amalgamation to be more form-based versus dwelling type?
I think it's been a bit of a journey, as typically these things are. Each city had a different approach that made up the new city 25 odd years ago. Some cities emphasized the FSI, for example, some emphasized footprint, and over time gradually harmonizing those practices. I believe city staff at one point were recommending more of a form-based approach. There was a bit of hesitation on the part of council maybe to go there, but at that time.
Let me unpack that specifically right there. So there was a time when we were looking at form-based approaches versus dwelling type. That was post-amalgamation. Can you remind us when that was?
I believe 2009, and it wasn't especially in relation to the number of units. It was more about simplifying the administration of the zoning bylaw.
Was there a time previously when staff had recommended multiplexes being a part of the housing continuum, part of our form-based approach in our zoning bylaws in neighborhoods today in which that is not permitted?
Not that I'm aware of. This is a combination of factors is bringing us to this point, including changes to provincial legislation and direction in the policy statement, but also a realization that there is there are large areas of the city, about 35% of the city, where we can't realize as much housing as we could otherwise if the zoning was more inclusive or less exclusive. So we've been moving toward making it more inclusive so that more people representing a greater need can find
I guess my question was,
choice in
I understand. I guess my question was, and it wasn't answered.
It's
but
your
my
last
question was there a time when multiplex, more form-based, was actually being brought forward in recommendations from staff, and there was a council decision that decided to go more to the dwelling type, i.e. single detached, single family oriented?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? We're done. Okay, speakers, outside speakers first. Any outside speakers? Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A few comments on this. I think this is a huge piece of public policy. You wouldn't catch that today because there are not a lot of people came and talked, but I would call them insiders, industry insiders, people that follow the public policy on this. I don't think the public has any idea the depth of what is being proposed within this document and within the number of initiatives. Councillor Bradford just raised form-based zoning. But if you look deeper in here, there's proposals about changing the FSI, maybe changing the height. It's a big deal, I think, to people if they suddenly wake up one day and there's a 4-story building, a walk-up being built next to their bungalow where that hadn't been contemplated before. In fact, at the heart of this is a discussion about neighborhoods that have been traditionally referred to as stable places that, may change with time, but weren't necessarily designed to absorb growth. I don't think people understand that that's being looked at here and most likely going to be changed by council. That's the proposal. This is huge. I'm troubled with it because I'm not sure that people agree with this. I'm not sure that we've really been out there to let people know the extent of the changes that are proposed. And in fact, one of the most difficult parts of the conversation today is in 5 minutes, I tried to ask exactly what is this plan trying to achieve? And I got sort of mixed answers back. I finally got the number of 285,000. But then I asked, is that built? Is that approved? Is that encouraged or enabled? Activated? We don't even have that level of precision to explain to people what it is we're trying to do with this proposal. And if we can't measure exactly what we're trying to do, then how are we ever going to be able to justify some of the changes that are proposed to the people that are out there that are going to have to live through this? This is such a core issue about what the future will be in our neighborhoods in this city. And I think it's flying through here at a speed that's going to catch up with people, and they're going to become increasingly frustrated with this. Exactly what is it we're trying to do? Is it build more housing? Are we even in the business of building housing as a city, or is it to approve housing? Or is this something else? Is this something else about reshaping neighborhoods that are otherwise stable, that 35% of the area of the city where people understand and have felt and have known for years and have probably moved into those neighborhoods with the expectation that they would be stable places, and yet we're going to destabilize them. There's a plan for multiplex housing. It's actually unpopular across the city. And yet, I didn't see any deputations from anybody with any concerns, because I'm not sure that they really know and understand that this is what's being proposed. So if we go back to, why are we here? Why are we doing this? If it's to meet provincial legislation and a target, I get that, and I think people get that. I'm not even sure I can explain moving to multiplex housing would even do to that number of 285,000. It says medium in this plan, whatever that means. So I hope that granularity comes, and then people will choose whether or not they buy it or not as an acceptable trade-off for the changes in the neighborhood that they chose to live in, that they're proud of, that they've built a life in. So I can't underscore enough how fundamentally important this is, and how important it is to have a conversation with the existing residents in the city who are going to receive the brunt of this. I guess the last final comment is, I understand some of the approach and the big public policy towards housing. It's geared in a way to make it cheaper for others. I get it, right? You get a single detached home property, and now you can divide it up into 4 ways with the multiplex housing. So therefore, the land is now 1/4 the cost of what it was before for the unit. I'm not sure the people that live around it will be happy. But if you're going to make housing cheaper for a group of people in the city through public policy, you also have to remember that it's going to become more expensive for others. There's no free lunch in all of this, whether it's through taxes or other intangibles. I just hope we're having that conversation to explain to people that this plan is going to result in those type of outcomes, and let them figure that out, and they should give feedback to us about how they feel about it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And right at the end there, it was notified that the feed may have just dropped, so we'll just hold for a minute to confirm. Okay, we're back. Councillor, any other outside councillors speak? Councillor Perruzza, 5 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the work that staff has done on this. Obviously, they are tasked with the most perplexing question of our time. How do we build more housing? How do we build more affordable housing? How do we build more a mix of housing? And most of that, and most of those things outside of the approval process is really beyond our ability to do anything about. Why beyond our ability to do anything about? Well, because really the governments that had the ability to do anything about this stuff abandoned, the creation or the building of affordable housing back in the mid-90s. And other than the federal government getting back into the game a little bit lately, we're trying to create something from nothing. It's really what this has all been about. And regrettably, it's a really, really big challenge. Councillor Chang, I think, hit the nail on the head. How does a person make on minimum wage for to live in this city? And the answer to that question was, we don't know. No, they can't. Well, I'll tell you why. Because we're not building any more affordable housing. Because housing costs a lot of money to build. And it's getting exponentially more expensive as we sit here. Price of steel, I think, went up 3 or 4 times within the span of a few months. It's not to talk about concrete and lumber and labor. So, what's our answer? Let her rip. Just let her rip. Height and density. Let her rip. Whatever form you want to call it. You want to use FSI, you want to use, I don't know, form, you want to use some other magical word, let her rip. Problem with letting her rip is it just makes housing exponentially more expensive. How does it do that? Well, the more you put on land, the more you make land expensive. You drive up the cost. So the euphemism, inclusionary zoning, eventually it basically feeds on itself and runs out. How? Well, because you create some housing or some element of affordability through more height, more density. That more height, more density eventually drives up land values and eventually erodes any capacity to do that. So you make housing more expensive, exponentially more expensive. That's what height and density does. So the objective is affordable housing. So under that very noble objective, we now basically have come to the position where the only way that we can do that, and really that's really kind of like, I get it, is basically let her rip. That's what we do. We're an approving authority. We don't really build housing. Others build housing. We approve the building of housing. So we're going to sit and approve and, yeah, okay, let her rip. And I'm not sure what the end results are. The notion, so we talk about missing middle. So I get to build a new unit in my backyard. I get to build 1,000 square feet, new place in my backyard, let's say, if we can do that, right? Am I going to build that for free? No. That's going to cost me a great deal of money to build. Is that going to create affordable housing? No, it won't.
Final thought.
It'll create, you know what? I'm going to hold that thought to another day because that's a really, really interesting thought. And I know my good friend, Councillor Holliday, wanted to hear that one. But we'll keep that for another time. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Outside councillors, Councillor Perks, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We have been spoiled in North America. We came and colonized this land and have been able to solve our housing problems with sprawl and with a huge reliance on underdeveloped land and low land costs and not very much needed in the way of public investment. In other parts of the world where they haven't had that opportunity, they have come to the realization that the private market will never and can never provide a complete housing system. If you look around the world, you will find places like Vienna, Stockholm, Berlin, Glasgow, and on and on and on, where it is well understood that socially owned housing is a necessary and large part of the market. Vienna at 60%, other municipalities 30, 40, 50% as quite common. And for some reason, probably the fact that we've been spoiled for so long and have never had to think hard about these questions, the current thinking seems to be doubling down. That if we remove public regulation, we eliminate the revenues, the public money necessary for supporting new housing by eliminating development charges and Section 37 and so on. And if we cut local engagement out of the planning process and effectively removing local democracy and just having the Minister of Municipal Affairs issue edicts about how our downtown will be built, how transit station areas will be built, that somehow we'll get there. If we double down, deregulate, cut public money, and cut local democracy, we'll solve our housing crisis. This, of course, is nonsense. I think that the most interesting deputation we heard, and have heard in some time, on the issue of housing in the City of Toronto was Mr. Hatton's. It is very, very clear that over the last 20 or 30 years, all orders of government have been absenting themselves from the proven solution of having a mixed market and relying entirely on a completely unconstrained private market. Further, we've accelerated that by upzoning and not just removing public funds, charges from the mix, but actually spending public money subsidizing private development. The consequence is that we have just been throwing fuel on the fire, fuel on the fire, fuel on the fire, and the scarce public resources we have to build a mixed housing system have vanished into subsidies of private wealth. Every time we waive a development charge for a privately constructed unit, even if we get some affordability in exchange, every time we waive property taxes in exchange for a private unit, even if we get some affordability in exchange, we are literally taking public money and handing a portion of it out as profit that leaves the housing system. The money's gone forever. If instead we did what municipalities have been more successful, Helsinki as well, did, and made sure that we were collecting public money for the housing system, that we were spending it on housing for social ownership, we would be more successful. I'm disappointed that we aren't more advanced in our thinking about the relative merits of those kinds of investments. And I certainly hope that in the forthcoming reports, both on our housing strategy and our financial strategy, that we take a very good look at what's an effective way for investing scarce public dollars into our housing system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that is it for outside councillors. Inside committee speakers. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to describe it as letter rip yet, but I am prepared to go on this journey with the housing action plan. But I take seriously what Councillor Perks is saying. It is very much an issue that an incentive just ends up in the pocket of someone to pay for their kid to go to private school. That's what happens. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that this really has to be a living organism for the next couple of years because of the market. We can't ignore the fact that they're going to react a certain way to what's going on in financial markets right now, what's going on in the world of the commodities they even use to build the buildings and the people they use to build the buildings. Whether we like it or not, housing is I'm holding an imaginary mobile in the air, and if you pull on one, the whole thing doesn't work. It just stops working, and that's where we're at right now. Years ago, I always remember we were trying to figure out what to do about social housing. Mr. Hatton described the moment in time when we were really in trouble, big style, in this city, which was the day they downloaded all those housing corporations to us, none of which was in great shape, and said, here you go your best lick, and here's a temporary one-time mitigation fund that you're going to run out of quick. And we ran out of it even faster by putting some of it in our own pockets in a way, doing those 0% property tax increases in relatively good economies. But what's happened is you mess up that supply and then all of it starts to go. It is a spectrum, and if you start to mess with one part of the spectrum, the rest goes. We have right now, is just talking offline to the chair of the committee, We have thousands of people living in our deeply affordable housing right now, even though they are fully employed. And we could ask them to leave, except there's nowhere for them to go, because they, you know, what they're paying is what TCHC calls market rent, but we know it's actually below the real market rent. No one who's fully employed that's trapped in TCHC can leave now, because while they can afford more than that rent geared to income that moved them into that unit in the first place, what they can't afford right now is $3,000 a month. They can't. And so they're trapped. They're taking up a supply that we desperately need. So at a meeting here, when we were talking about that, I said, how many units is that? And what if we found some way to get them all out of there and put rent geared to income? And do you know what the head of TCHC said? Please don't take them. I need their money. We're now addicted to the revenue of the full-time employed people that are eating up all the units that are the only deeply affordable units we have for people who are not employed at all and need rent geared to income. That's the whole spectrum being broken right there. That equation is insane. And so here we are with a group addicted to the revenue from the wrong kind of tenant, so they can't make it available to the tenant that desperately needs it. And if we don't fire on all cylinders, yes, this report is about building housing, lots of it. Because if we aren't firing on all cylinders, dealing with deeply affordable and affordable at the middle level, then you're not going to fill out this spectrum with what everyone on that spectrum needs. And so yes, it does look at changing neighborhoods. It does look at transition housing, and it does look at how we're going to require affordable in a legislative straitjacket in the more generous developments. We have to look at all those things because the spectrum is broken all the way across. We show slides every time we have a development application that comes in the door saying, and we'd like to offer affordable. We put up that spectrum slide at the community consultation. That is our responsibility, like it or not. Knowing where that spectrum is at every point, and then being the on-the-ground government that communicates to the whole of government where the problems lie, and right now it's everywhere. That is our job. We can't say housing isn't our job, because it is our job to be on the ground, tracking that spectrum, and then sounding the alarm. So this plan, as it rolls out, is not just going to say, oh, now we're spending a whole bunch of city money on stuff. We got to figure out how we are going to engage the other orders of government appropriately, to the appropriate degree that we fix this. And we are going to put some skin in the game because we have to. But the reason I mentioned making it an incremental thing, we don't actually have the money to give, but we can buy time. Like it or not, while money is getting less and less affordable for the people out there that we want to build buildings, we're always going to have the best credit rating in town. So can we afford to waive it now and ask rental units that are very affordable to pay it back? I believe we can.
Thank you. Additional speakers? Councillor Chang.
Thank you. So not long ago, I myself was in the $45,000 a year category. Luckily, I'm in a dual income family, so we can afford to live where we live. But in that category of $33,000 to $47,000 a year, 30% of their income is $825 to $1,175 a month. How many of these kinds of units are we building? And in fact, it sounds like most of these units are now in the rent geared to income category, so not even deeply affordable. And a sprinkling of one or two in a project here and there is simply not going to be enough. 7% of Ontarians live on minimum wage. That equals about 2 million residents in Toronto. So for us to make our minimum wage workers live in the category of people in need is, I think, really disrespectful to their contribution to our economy and to our city. So to me, the gap in this housing action plan is the affordable and not affordable by 5 to 10% of market, but the definition of affordable to be truly that which meets the needs of minimum wage workers in our city. Additionally, the other area that I am very passionate about is infrastructure. And for a person to have to dig through multiple master plans across different departments to find out if we actually have a strategy to meet the demand as we put significant push on housing, it seems to me that we also need a dashboard for infrastructure, an organized landing spot where we can see community centers per ward, access to programs per person, libraries, childcare, parks, even trees could be on a dashboard that we could see per ward, per citizen, what they have access to. This would create transparency in how we allocate our funding, identify gaps in equity of access, and help us to have a clear picture of the crater that we are creating now with the lack of funding that we have to meet the demand of our rapidly growing population. We are the fastest growing city in North America, and so we need a coordinated plan. So I think at a future date, we really need to consider what is our infrastructure action plan, not just department by department, but one overarching plan that ensures that our infrastructure grows at the same rate that we are passionately pushing forward our housing action plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Additional speakers to this item? Good. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McKelvey. I just wanted to add my voice to my colleagues in support of the work that's gone into this plan from staff. As we know, this is a massive challenge. It's not something that we can solve on our own. And one of the biggest takeaways I've already mentioned, but we absolutely need our federal government to step up and to come to the table and to provide an aggressive and bold framework that would allow us to get to the core needs of our housing challenge. We've heard that the housing that we're seeing is not suitable for the average Torontonian, the average worker. Even if you are a two-income household, if you're making minimum wage, you're less than $100,000, and that does not meet the test of affordability in our city, which is crazy to think about. I also just wanted to point out for folks who are struggling right now, which is pretty much everyone, we're coming through a pandemic, and those on the margins have been feeling the pinch. And as we've heard today, as situations continue to get worse, that only climbs the sort of income bracket, right? Everyone's feeling the pinch in one form or another. And I'm really glad to hear the perspective that was shared today around looking at this issue from a human rights perspective. We do need to consider housing a human right, and it's the first step when you consider Maslow's hierarchy of needs for human beings to be well, to contribute. The very minimum is housing, shelter, safety. So I think we've got our work cut out for us. And again, I just want to thank staff for their thoughtful efforts here. I do want to also highlight again and really double down on the fact that our core housing needs continue to not be addressed, and appreciating that it's not something that we can do on our own, but we need to get back to wherever we were in the 60s and 70s when governments were working together and getting ahead of the curve as opposed to being reactive. We are an incredible world-class city, and we need the fuel to be the engine for our city, and that needs to come from our counterparts in other areas, including a deep and intentional focus on affordability for everyone, because even those on the margins deserve to be able to get ahead. They shouldn't just be spending all of their income on housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Remaining speakers on this item, I just want to time check additional speakers. Councillor Bradford, will there be anybody else? Okay, then we won't need we should finish by 12:30 then, so yeah. Yeah, okay, great. Go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. And I have a motion to move here, just providing direction for the annual updates to come back to the Planning and Housing Committee. So that's straightforward. I want to start by thanking staff. This is a Herculean effort that has been stood up over the past number of months to have this roadmap on the Housing Action Plan. An idea where pen was put to paper just a few short months ago as it went through council in December. And to have such a comprehensive plan of 53 different action items, of which, would you say 37 will be completed in 2023. That's the type of urgency and initiative that folks need to see from us as local government, and here in the City of Toronto, a city that continues to grow and continues to be a magnet for talent and immigration. But as my colleagues have pointed out here today, if you don't have access to housing, then this isn't a great city to be. And the risk, of course, is if we carry on with the status quo and moving in the direction as we have for decades, this continues to be a city that has a concentration of a tremendous amount of wealth and also a tremendous amount of poverty, and the core gets hollowed out in the middle. I'm concerned about families who want to grow up here, raise their kids here, build a life here, build a business here, and not having access to housing to be able to do that. I'm concerned about seniors, folks who want to retire here after working their careers and downsizing into something suitable that could meet their needs and keep them in the neighborhood. In Toronto, year after year, that is harder and harder to do. So the Housing Action Plan, I think, starts from that position and thinks about how do we create more housing opportunities for more people in our neighborhoods and across the city. What does that look like? And the housing continuum, how do we do more to facilitate and enable housing opportunities across the spectrum? We've actually had a nice conversation about AMR here, not to get down into the weeds of it, but it's a really challenging metric. You know, the report talks about 80% to 100% AMR as being affordable. Well, that's because AMR in the downtown, if you want to have 100% AMR in downtown, strong market areas, that actually still requires a subsidy. We use one level of affordability for all 640 square kilometers of this huge city, and we have very different markets, neighborhood to neighborhood, district to district. So it's an imperfect tool. The Rental Roundtable report, I think, is absolutely critical. It's essential reading for all of us. And we have to do the work as a council and elected officials and local government and ask ourselves, why have we seen virtually zero rental construction, not zero, but very, very little for decades here in the city? What are the reasons behind that? What could we do if we believe a policy priority is having more variety, more purpose-built rental, not just in some locations, but in all locations? What, as local government, can we do? And then the follow-up question, the report outlines very clearly, what can other levels of government do too? And there's a lot of work when it comes to financing, when it comes to capital, when it comes to paying for the infrastructure to enable the growth that is so badly needed, the new housing that is so badly needed. We have to work with our government partners, senior levels of government, to be able to enable that. The multiplex piece that is coming, and I was trying to speak to, you know, I think that there is a long history here post-amalgamation where we have intentionally directed growth in some areas and tried to say no growth in others. And when we're talking about that inclusive and equitable Toronto, I think many of us believe in and want to see, that means that there should not be neighborhoods that are off limits to people. And our zoning, the way it's been done, our official plan policy, the way it was written, 20 years ago, helped facilitate that outcome. And so we're laying out the steps here today to change that. That'll be coming back in front of us. And I would just say, council support of this housing action plan and the great work by our civil service in standing it up and bringing it forward, these types of changes were unthinkable just a few short years ago. And I think there's been an honest reckoning and acknowledgement from all of us that we're at a point now where we need to do things differently. And this provides the framework for us to do that. So thanks very much to staff. This is a great piece of work.
Thank you. I just have a couple quick things to say, and I think I'm the last speaker because nobody else said they want to speak. I just want to thank staff for their incredible work on this. Thank the Planning and Housing Committee that's also doing incredible work in this area. This is my favorite type of report. It sets an ambitious goal. It has a work plan and has an accountability framework that says how we're going to get there with the dashboard. So great work from everybody. And I think Councillor Bradford's right that the reckoning has come and we know that the status quo isn't working. And I'm confident that as a council, we'll get there. So thanks to everybody involved in this. So with that, we can vote on the technical amendment from Councillor Bradford. All those in favor? All those opposed? And on the item as amended, all those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Sorry, lunch. Okay, we're back at 1:30. Thanks. EX 3.2, financial update and outlook. So as soon as we have a little quiet for a second, I know we'll move to questions of staff. Ready? Everybody's ready? Okay, great. EX 3.2, 2023 financial update and outlook. Questions of staff? Okay, no questions. Speakers? Oh, questions. Yes. Okay, Councillor Crawford.
I do have questions. Thank you. Sorry, you were rushing so quickly there, Madam Chair. Just to staff, I want to sort of unpack this report. It's a big report. It's an important report. Can you just talk to me about what this $46.5 billion actually is? I know it's a good portion of it is state of good repair. It's not. It has a lot to do with our growth and inflation. It's not our existing service levels. But can you give me a sense of what this $46.5 billion actually is?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, it's actually broken up into 3 buckets. The first bucket is from an operating perspective, what commitments has the city made? And looking at existing commitments that the city has in its 2023 budget, how that projects out over the next 10 years from an inflationary perspective, from an anticipated growth perspective, from an anticipated change in demographic perspective. So there's an operating component. In addition to that, there is a component that is related to additional debt that the city will need when it contemplates whether or not it contemplates additional capital spending. And so the next component is the unfunded capital that we communicate on an annual basis through the budget. So there's 3 elements that build it up, some of it being operating. The interest and the servicing of debt, which is the debt repayment, is a secondary component, and then unfunded capital.
So on that amount, and these are past decisions that council has made, priorities that we've set, of course, over a number of years. And I don't want to get into the solutions right yet, because I know that's part of the long-term financial plan you'll be bringing. But can you talk a bit about how we deal with this when you're looking at again, we say relationships with the other levels of government. This is a large amount. First of all, can we reduce this amount? Is there any way to sort of, in the long-term financial plan, reduce this $46.5 billion to something else? Or are these commitments we've already made priorities we already are moving forward on?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, the starting point for this long-term projection is the 2023 budget. So it's a reflection of the service levels that exist in the 2023 budget. Is there an opportunity to decrease the projection? Absolutely. From the sense of revisiting commitments that have been made, revisiting service levels that have been made, looking for further efficiencies, which we do on an annual basis, and revisiting the capital plan and having a prioritization discussion. So a prioritization discussion can occur on both the operating as well as the capital side of that projection.
From your perspective, then, when you're looking at the size of this is, I find it very difficult for us to be able to bring this down to a manageable point, but regardless, this is something that we can't put on the backs of property tax. We can't really look at efficiency. We can't efficiency our way out of this or service reductions just with the magnitude of what we have before us. Would you agree with that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I agree, Councillor. There's no one single solution for the magnitude of the problem.
And again, getting in, and we've had this discussion, this is not a new discussion, we'll continue having this, but looking at, solutions, but not getting into the details, is really looking at a new fiscal plan, some sort of plan with the other 2 levels of government to really figure this out. I mean, we've seen, of course, what's happened with COVID and their response and support, frankly, but this has gone beyond that, and it's really, this is kind of the next step on really trying to figure this out as a city. It'd be really looking at a new plan. Do you agree with that? And how do we do that?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, I think we also communicated that during the budget process, that we advocated at that time to sit down with other orders of government to re-look and examine and propose new opportunities for a multi-government framework. How would we go about it? I think the advocacy that has occurred in the past is needed. We have facts that hopefully this report will now help validate the concerns and the issues that the city has from a financial perspective, that the operating pressures surrounding major files that the city has, specifically housing, shelters, as well as transit. The data now is the evidence to support the conversations with those other orders of government.
Thank you. Looks like that's my time.
Thank you. We did do a call for outside councillors, and you weren't here, but if everybody is of the will of committee that we're nice and we let Councillor Holyday ask his questions. All right, it sounds unanimous on that one. Go ahead, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you for your grace to the committee, and I did run as fast as I could. I just wondered if we could expand on some of the answers that we just heard about how we would go through a prioritization discussion on some of the things that you outlined there, which are our commitments, our service levels, and our capital plan.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, on an annual basis through the budget process, we do have a prioritization process that we look at, health and safety being first and foremost, legislative requirements being a second priority. And then from there is judgment that is used into where monies should be invested. We do make a concerted attempt to align ourselves with council priorities, but as you can appreciate, there are competing priorities from a council perspective and not enough funding. So there is a prioritization matrix that we follow from a financial perspective when we are working on the budget earlier on in the financial planning process.
It does seem from time to time that council diverges from that matrix. In other words, we make priorities that maybe aren't starting with health and safety and state of good repair and so on, and we go into other things. Is there a better way that we could put those information and those choices before council, especially in light of what this report is telling us about the next 10 years?
Through you, Madam Chair. We are, in actual fact, and you probably will start to see a significant change in the financial impact section of reports that are coming forward to committees and council, so that we can actually start demonstrating long-term implications of decisions that are being made, where there are pressures being created from decisions, where there are funding sources needed to be identified, in the hopes that when council does decide to deliberate items, that they will have that financial lens put on decision making.
The report on page 15 talks about, I think it's 22% of the city's income tax, the city's property tax funding programs that speak to other orders of government. They're just outlined generally as housing, social services, and health services. How did we find ourselves into that situation, and is there a path out of it?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, I think those decisions have obviously evolved over a number of years. I think oftentimes we enter into agreements with other orders of government for a year at a time with the hopes of continued commitments. Other orders of government haven't had a history of doing multi-year commitments to the city. And so what ends up happening is services are delivered. It's hard to scale back on services that are initiated as a co-funded arrangement. And when the province or the feds step back from their commitments, the city tends to step in and continue to support programs.
The city tends to step in. So you talked about a priority sequence, right? Health and safety, legislative requirements, those sorts of things. Is there a way to bring this segment of the budget under the lens of prioritization so that we can understand the points at which we as a council have made choices to activate or use these parts of funding towards programs that may necessarily be the responsibility of another order of government? So how do we get those plain and simple in front of us so that we can make decisions in the context of this large financial issue?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, through the budget process, we do highlight what are responsibilities of other orders of government, and what you're looking at on page 15 is actually an excerpt from the budget document. But can we do it differently? Obviously, we're always open to continuous improvement. And yes, through a budget process, we can definitely change how the information is being presented.
So who controls that budget, though? I mean, I don't know that I remember voting on all of these things. Maybe I did in the last 8.5 years, but you know, presumably there's a way to get that in front of council to read all of this context at once and then sort of make these choices. Or are we left to a process where we've got to try to amend the budget on the floor based on what we detect in those notes? Or does that sit with the mayor? I mean, I don't know. Where are we in 2023 with those type of decisions?
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that Bill 3 will continue to exist in 2023 for the 2024 planning process. I haven't heard that there's anything in it that has changed. This was the first budget that had been under the Bill 3 legislation. But from a process perspective, as I mentioned, we are always open to continuous improvement.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, I see you've joined us online. Did you have questions?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I'm going to just take a minute to establish 3 premises to frame my question. The first is that the instructions to departments for the 2024 budget will be going out sometime June, July. The second is that this report doesn't contain the elements of the long-term financial plan that council asked for last fall to look at ways to increase revenues or otherwise free up some of the money to fill the gap that you've described. And third, some of those elements I've been told are not going to be here until the third quarter. So my question is, given all of that, are we not in a position where you're going to be giving instructions to staff to continue down the path of austerity?
So through the chair, just in terms of timing, there are some elements that were actually directed by council to come back in the third quarter, but the work of the long-term financial plan, as I answered I think during one of the budget discussions, is completed in Q2, and we expect to bring that work forward in July.
So we will have your advice on how to address the gap you've identified today before instructions are staff for drafting the report.
So through the chair, Councillor, you broke up just at the tail end of it, but I think the point was, yes, there will be information available that will help shape the instruction that's provided to the divisions as they start to develop the process. It may not be every last piece, and of course some of that instruction may change as council deliberates on some of the strategies moving forward. But yes, there will be a large volume of work in terms of what some of the steps are that we can take across a number of areas to address ways of dealing with this financial challenge that we have in front of us.
Will that include new revenue tools?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Do you have all the resources you need in order to give us advice on how to close this gap prior to issuing instructions for the 24 budget?
Through the chair, I'm just going to let the CFO answer that question, as her and her team are dealing with most of this.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, we will be seeking additional support to augment the finance team to ensure that we can meet these deadlines.
Okay, so just in summary, I want to be absolutely clear. Before you issue directives to the deputy city managers and the general managers to start preparing the 2024 budget, City Council will receive advice from you on strategies, including new revenue tools, to close the gap you've identified here today. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Councillor, unfortunately, I can't commit to that. As you can appreciate, that coming in July would put the finance planning sessions quite at a time disadvantage. There will be some work that will have already been initiated. There will be further instructions that can come out of that July meeting, but some work will have to be initiated prior to July.
Including directions to general managers about what targets they're supposed to achieve in their division?
There will be direction supplied or provided, I should say. But as I just mentioned, there could be additional direction that comes out of the July meeting.
What resources do you need in order to get the report to us before you those?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, the planning process actually starts earlier in the spring. I suspect that we will be starting to compile information as early as May. And so for us to be able to do the work that's required for this next phase of the report and have to the May cycle is not possible.
So to the city manager.
This is your last question.
Sure, thank you. In the July meeting of last year, City Council directed your predecessor to provide a long-term financial plan prior to the development of the core budget. I've just been told that's possible to do. How did that happen?
So, through the chair, the work we wanted to make sure the work was done accurately and correctly, so the work has taken the time it's taken. I just want to reiterate, not to discount what our CFO just said, is that things change through the budget process, and they change every year through the budget process. So there's work that begins that would likely be unaffected in some ways through what we're talking about. We do need to compile baseline information. We do need to understand what our contractual obligations are that are not under discussion as part of our long-term financial plan at this stage. And then we'll have to have those discussions with council about what tools and directions. The report we bring is not a report that is that we would just implement. The report requires council direction and support. So I think there is plenty of time to affect the 2024 budget. In fact, the timing that we're under anticipates that would be the case. So I give a more fulsome answer to that because I don't want to leave you with the impression that there would be no way that this budget process heading into 2024 would be impacted by the work of the long-term financial plan. That's not the case. It will be. Will there be some work that starts on our budget planning? Absolutely. But it is not going to be to a point by July that it can't be affected by the work we'll be bringing forward.
Councillor Fletcher, you had questions? 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I was listening and I ran over here when Councillor Holyday was asking his questions. So yes, you inspired me here today. I just wanted to be really clear now around, because the CFO said Bill 3 is still in effect. So the question I have is around the budget process. When the mayor left, what is the status of the budget vis-a-vis being the mayor's status since there is no mayor? That's my first question. And the second one is maybe a little higher level. It has to do with Ottawa and the mayor there saying, I will not use any strong mayor powers. My question is, does that mean the budget still belongs to City Council in the City of Ottawa?
Madam Chair, I can answer the second question, and maybe my colleague Christina will answer the first question. The City of Ottawa adopted their budget in November, so they have not yet encountered a budget cycle in Ottawa where the Part 6 powers.
Yes, but he has said he's not using it. So would you? If the mayor says I'm not using it, does it then become the budget of City Council if the mayor renounces strong mayor powers, as he has in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can try to answer that. In respect of your first question, what happens to the budget when there's no mayor? The budget has gone through our budget, the city's budget has gone through its process and is now approved because it
I meant
was
the
proposed
next
by the mayor and it was amended by.
2024 budget, I think I should be clearer.
Okay.
Sorry. That was my
For
question.
2024, that will depend if presumably there will be a mayor in place. At
Yes.
that time, there's a timeline set out in the regulations under Bill 3 that require the mayor to table a budget by, I believe it was February 15th.
So are
February
you,
1st.
yeah,
There's a
thank you.
date.
Are you then saying the mayor of Ottawa will have to table a budget, that's his budget? Or he can say, I'm not doing that? My question.
If he fails to table a budget by this set date in the regulation, it is then up to council to table the budget.
Oh, so the count does revert to council then, the powers of council. And I think we've just heard a whole discussion here today about the fact that there's a runway for the 2024 budget, starting actually before this meeting and going through to July or June. And I'm just a little concerned hearing that somehow that will be, does that not belong to council at this point? Were those powers not delegated back? Or a fallback because there's no mayor in oversight of the budget process? I think these are really important questions to ask here as City Council, and we should have very crisp answers.
Through you,
If
Madam
you
Chair.
need more time, I'm happy to give it to you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, I'll try and answer your question. The planning process for the budget to bring a budget forward generally starts in the spring.
Where there is no mayor. We're acknowledging there's not a mayor at the moment.
That's correct. There is still, as the city manager mentioned, there is still a substantial amount of information and analysis that is done by the finance team on current.
With all due respect, I'm not asking about internal city. I'm asking about City Council's role vis-a-vis the budget with no mayor. And I think we really do need to understand that a little better as City Council, given that this is, you're doing all that work, but at what point are there interventions, et cetera? I'm terribly unclear about it.
I think.
Perhaps I can, this is Chair, this might be an offline conversation we need to have and have some discussion. And if at council there's a desire to have some broader answers, I'm not sure we entirely understand all the questions. And as you can see by some of the silence,
Correct.
we may need a bit of chance to understand how to respond to those. So yes, there's a number of procedural things that happen in year, as well as the budget process itself, which is about presenting the budget. I hear that you're asking also what happens in between the presentation of the budget, the deemed adopted of the budget, and then what's going on today. So let us take that away, and we'll have to come back with some further information.
I do believe the Budget Committee meets. Not meeting yet? When would the first meeting be of the Budget Committee?
I'm sure the Budget Committee only meets to recommend or to consider the mayor's proposed budget.
Mr. Mayor's proposal. Okay, so I think it's pretty important, given these circumstances, that we all understand the playing field, and we very much appreciate that, because these questions, I think will be asked again at City Council level. Thank you.
Additional questions outside councillors? I think we covered them now. And then Councillor Pasternak, you had your hand up, right?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Through you to staff, based on, there's actually two financial reports before us. Based on these reports, I come to the conclusion that if we got $1 billion tomorrow morning, a year from now, we would be asking for another $1 billion, or 1.4, billion. Is that a correct assumption on the financial picture we're looking at?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, the billion that you're referencing, I think, is the reserve provision that we have in the event that in 2023 we do not receive support from other orders of government. If we deplete those reserves in 2024, we will be challenged to balance without a combination of service level adjustments, tax hikes, et cetera, assuming that the province would not come forward with additional funding in 2024.
Right. Well, you have written here that the city has requested and requires support from other orders of government towards $1.4 billion. So I'm assuming that this hemorrhaging is not going to end with that check, if we ever see it.
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, we have on many occasions explained that the impacts coming out of COVID are going to be with us for years to come.
Okay. So to the city manager, I mean, one of the notations here is that we've been asking the federal government for $97 million to reimburse us for, I guess, newcomer costs, refugee costs, shelter costs related to immigration, which is clearly federal jurisdiction. You know, so I read, you know, a couple of days ago that the federal government has given $75.9 million to the airline industry to bail them out of 42,000 complaints that have come forward in the last couple of years. How is it that the airline industry can secure the money for disgruntled passengers, but we can't seem to get the money to help newcomers? I'm not sure whether we send this a bill up to them or collection, but how do we secure these funds?
So through the chair, and I know the councillor doesn't actually want me to try and answer how the federal government makes their decisions, but let me talk about what we do with in terms of our relationship. So the federal government does entertain requests from the city. It usually happens after the fact to reimburse us for the cost of our refugee costs within the shelter system, and they have been providing funding to us over the last number of years for that. The challenge we have is it's impossible to plan for it. The programs are time-limited programs. The money is never assured until after we have these long negotiations with them. And yet the reality of refugees within our shelter system is an everyday reality. And so really what we need to do is have a concerted conversation to say, we need this amount of money on an annual basis so that we can build a system that allows us to provide the proper emergency shelter for refugees without impacting, obviously, our property taxpayers. But the other side is so that we can build a system that doesn't impact our non-refugee shelter system. Because at times we have hundreds of spaces within our traditional shelter system that are being utilized to provide shelter to refugees. And again, this is not about who's more deserving of a shelter space. This is just trying to build the right system to take care of those who need it.
So, okay. Let's switch a little bit to these reserve accounts. Now, I guess I wrote some notes to myself here that we should have a reserve account to replace the existing ferries to the Toronto Island, and we should have a reserve account to look for a new landfill site as well. I'm assuming those reserve accounts exist. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we able to continue to keep our commitments to top up those reserve accounts so when 2034 rolls around and the ferries are no longer working, that we have the money for replacement?
You, Madam Chair. Councillor, I think you're referencing the other report that came forward today on the various reserves that the city has. Those reserves we are deeming as committed against future expenditures. And yes, the current budget does reflect where council has directed contributions to reserves to occur for purchases in the future. The budget did accommodate. I don't know the very specifics about the ferry, but I can go back and double check. But
it was just more of an example of.
Right. So currently in the 2023 budget, we have fulfilled the commitments to reserves that we have made in prior years.
Okay. If I can squeeze in one last question, I think it's to the city manager. I was at Queen's Park a couple of weeks ago, and I managed to bend the ear of an MPP saying that we could use some cash down here at the city, and we're having some cash flow issues. And that person's response was, well, we hear you're sitting on $1 billion of reserves. Is there an effort underway to explain what is before us now, that those reserves are tied in with various statutory obligations and policies at the city that must be preserved as reserves for when they're needed.
And that's your last question.
So on two fronts. One is on our reserves overall. Yes, concerted efforts at the staff level, and I know that the deputy mayor has also been communicating from a political level about the commitment of those reserves and how they are used. What sometimes comes up is about the backstop within our budget, because it is also talked about as a reserve. That backstop is there because we have to get through 2023 and manage what are some very significant pieces of pressure on our budget. And we've been through those through the budget process and further conversations on that. So on two fronts. One is we're not sitting on $1 billion. That $1 billion is necessary for us to be balanced, which is a requirement, as you know. The larger question about reserves is continually being answered in that the vast majority of those are committed. They are committed to things that have a match to them that are required for the infrastructure and the management of the growth of this city. And so again, we continue to do that work of educating. But I do know that recently there's been the comments about the $1 billion, which is the backstop, being said, well, if you're sitting on $1 billion, why don't you use that for something else? The answer to that would be, then we would not have the ability to fund the commitments within our budget that we know are significant, primarily around some of the areas like transit and shelters. While we continue to advocate for additional funding for those in 2023 and beyond, right now that $1 billion is required so that our budget remains whole.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions of staff? Councillor Carroll?
Sorry, just trying to figure out how to plug that thing in. So I'm trying to figure out the intergovernmental strategy here, because it's good to have this document. It's good that we can use it, but there is so much not included in this document. Basically, anytime we made a strategy, if we haven't funded it in successive budgets, then the funding we need for that strategy is not in this already dire picture. We're really not giving them the entire picture. There isn't, for instance, TTC vehicles. That's a long range. We know 15 years out what we need in terms of vehicle replacement. That's not included in these numbers. Am I right about that?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, you're correct from the perspective of strategies that Council has committed to, that we have not yet quantified how much those strategies would cost. They are not included. However,
so that's ours. That's like Transform TO, poverty reduction, those types.
Right, but the TTC piece that you just mentioned, those are known quantified amounts. They are included in our projections.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that helps a little bit. So I'm wondering what the next steps are in terms of getting to a long-term financial plan. It's different language. When I read through, I know we had the briefing, and I'm sorry because I then had to read the document after the briefing, and so we talk a lot about the long-term financial model, but it doesn't sound as if we're open to a conversation of radical change to the model. Because if the model is, we'll just keep going along and along, and we'll just keep telling the other orders of government that this is not sustainable, we're not looking at what would be a model that is sustainable. And that the language council keeps using is revenue tools, for lack of any new language. What's the new revenue tool? What that would mean is a real change to the model. And so I'm wondering, is the ask of other governments, we need X number of dollars, or is the ask of other governments, our model doesn't work, we need a new and sustainable model, and that may mean something different than just give us the sum of money we need?
So through the chair, I just want to be clear that our plan is not simply to ask other orders of government to fill the entire piece. In fact, what you will see when we come forward with that suite of pathways, I'll call them, solutions might be another term for them, are that we do need to look inside ourselves, always. How do we run our business and how do we do that in the most effective and efficient way? But that alone won't solve our issues.
Right.
We do need to look at the levels of revenue we raise from property taxes, but that alone will not solve our issues. We do need a plan on certain areas with other orders of government to take care of some uniqueness in the City of Toronto, and I'll use transit as an example of that is simply the largest and most complex transit system in the country. And also the fact that we have more shelter beds per capita and deal with a larger issue on a regular basis of refugees than other places. So there are elements that require a different discussion with other orders of government. We'll also look at our assets. We'll also look at those types of issues and say there will be a variety of pathways in order to address the sustainability. And revenue tools you've mentioned is yet another one. How radical those go will be part of the discussion as we move forward. There will need to be some significant shifts if we're to look at sustainability. Let's be honest, the other orders of government are not single-handedly going to come along and say, great, $46.5 billion over 10 years, here's the check to do that.
Yeah.
It will require us to think boldly about those, but it won't be in one basket only. It won't be just boldly on new revenue tools. It will be boldly about the way we deliver the services and perhaps even which services we choose to enhance and expand and deliver in the future. Those are conversations that will be driven by a council discussion on what that looks like moving forward. So apologies for a slightly longer answer than normally you'd like us to give, but I do want to let you know that it is across all these elements that we will need to be bold, not just in our discussions with other orders of government.
So thank you for the apology, because I have no longer any time to ask a follow-up question unless I get the indulgence of the chair. The problem that I have with, I'm not afraid of the word radical in the least, because we need a radical change here. But the problem I have with the description of the pathways is it sounds an awful lot like a conversation I had in this room over the course of 24 hours in 2011. Sounds a lot like that conversation. Do things differently, sell things off, cut. That's how that will be perceived by people. And so that seems like the model that we're in. And so we can assure people we'll do that, but we've been doing it every year since amalgamation, and they know that. So they go, oh, same old, they're going to promise to be more efficient. But we are more efficient. Every year we go looking for those things and we find them. The Auditor General finds more, and we tighten things up. What I'm wondering is, in terms of radical proposals, do they need to come from council, or are we going to get in the eventual long-term financial plan report some radical suggestions from staff? Is that possible?
So through the chair, you will see some bold ideas coming from staff as well, but we see this as a conversation also. But no, this is not, we do not aspire to bring the same conversation that AU have had, because this work actually builds on those conversations that have been had in the past. I know I'm relatively new, A, in this role, but B, to the City of Toronto, but we are building on work that's occurred across successive CFOs and city managers. So some elements of that conversation will be the same, but we hope to put forward ideas that you will see as bold, and then listen to other ideas and options that may come from the community and council as well, as we try and find a pathway to sustainability.
Okay, and you started that question before your time was up, so it was well played. Okay, additional questions? Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm wondering, in this budget, we've seen a tremendous growth in homelessness, mental health, and addiction. And is that also incorporated in our calculations, the cost of supporting refugees and increased sheltering costs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor, the starting point for this projection is actually built on the 2023 budget. So as I mentioned, if there are commitments that have been made in the 2023 budget, unless they are sunsetted at a very specific date, they are incorporated in the budget, in this economic model.
Incorporated with projected growth, or just maintaining the same?
So there, in those particular scenarios, refugees would not show a growth. There are some programs where growth is anticipated. So it's not a sort of one answer across all programs. Each program was looked at individually.
And with regard to the supportive housing and refugee response costs for 2023 and the whole in 2022, what is the status right now? Are we still waiting for a check? Is there any hope that the holes are going to be filled?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, for 2022, there is still a gap. We did get news yesterday. There was a small increase in our transit funding, but there is a gap for 2022. And I do understand that there are ongoing conversations surrounding the 2023 asks, but as of right now, we have not received any commitments for 2023. We're optimistic that the budget that is going to be launched on Thursday from a provincial perspective and the federal budget next week might have some news for us.
Fingers crossed. And I'm wondering, you mentioned earlier that there are a lot of things that have been passed, but they're unfunded initiatives. And so they're not reflected here. Is there a list of all the things that have been passed and are not funded?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can get you that list. I think we did highlight in the report that the climate change strategy is an example, but happy to provide you with a list.
Yeah, it'd be great to look at that list and consider in the lens of what Councillor Holladay is saying about priorities, are we actually addressing our priorities in this current distribution of funding? And with regard to the $9.5 billion backlog, and that's in the 2023 budget, is that addressed in this calculation? Is it dispersed over the 10 years, or is it not focused on because we have other priorities?
Sorry, can you just clarify the $9.5 billion
backlog of state of good repairs?
So the state of good repair is one of the buckets that's reflected. It's $29.5 billion. I think it's $29.5 billion over the next 10 years. The state of good repair grows from $880 million in year one to over $3 billion by the 10-year period. So it grows on an annual basis.
So we're growing it. There's not an expenditure in this budget or this report of how we'll try to shrink it or mitigate it.
So if you recall through the budget process, the 10-year capital plan is reflected as funded in this economic model. We do take the current state of good repair and we assessed the aging infrastructure, and the trend is that amount will grow over the next 10 years. That is what is reflected in the bucket of unfunded capital. So it is not proposing a funding source, because at this point we're not into solutioning. We were trying to quantify the problem with the facts that we know as of today.
And it looks like you've taken into account the loss of development charges, and I'm wondering if this same can be said for the loss of Section 37 money, because I know in my ward, I've lost a daycare. And in order for that daycare to be built with the 4%, I'd have to throw in money. So does something like that just disappear because we no longer have that money? Or is the gap that Section 37 would have provided, is that in this report as well?
Through you, Madam Chair. Actually, Councillor, if you think back to the 2023 budget process, we did, in actual fact, keep the capital plan whole for Bill 23 impacts based on the commitment that the province had made to us from the minister. That audit is still to occur. So we have reflected a capital plan based on the funding sources that were in existence with commitments as of January 1st, 2023.
Thank you.
We haven't proposed any losses at this point.
Thank you. Are there additional questions, staff? Okay, moving to speakers. Just 1 second. Okay, Councillor Holladay and then Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm looking on the desk here, but there's no panic button. because now would be the time to press it. That's what this report tells me. I'll read the opening quote. Over the next 10 years, the City of Toronto faces known operating and capital fiscal pressures of $46.5 billion. It's billion with a B. Without serious attention from City Council to address, are likely to threaten the City of Toronto's fiscal stability and the sustainability of its service levels. So what's at the heart of this? The compound annual growth rate is 2%. That means that we're expanding government 2% faster than we can possibly supply the revenue to feed the machinery. That's a problem. If you're spending more in your household budget than you can take in, you go into debt. So we've written $46.5 billion worth of checks, figuratively, not literally, that we can't cash. So that's not a sustainable situation to be in, and I think that's what the staff and what this report is telling us. So what's the answer? Well, some will say, oh, well, you know, run out, raise taxes a little bit. I'm not sure you can do that. I'm not sure you could collect a check for $46.5 billion, because as soon as we got that with a 2% compound annual growth rate, we'd be back into the debt cycle again. So in the questions today, there was a little bit of information that I think is helpful. And that is, we have to take a look at ourselves. If you want to talk about radical thinking, maybe the answer is to say no sometimes. There are hierarchies and ways to look at how we spend the money. Health and safety first. Yeah, legislative requirements, those would make sense to put up front. But then we work down the list, and there's another clue in this report. We're awfully good as a council approving services that are either the responsibility or are augmenting federal and provincial services. Why? Because, you know, I think council takes the attitude is it wants to have the gold standard, do better in the 416. Except it costs a lot of money, and this report's telling us that it's difficult to raise that money. So some will say, raise taxes, no problem. If we're looking to the federal and provincial governments to pay for the services that they're supposed to be delivering, I'm not sure the winning strategy is to pay for it voluntarily ourselves. What incentive is put on them to come to the table and do the needful, the pieces that they're responsible for? So if you want to talk about radical thinking, maybe we just need to rethink what it is that we are doing here as a city council. We need to think about putting the city on a stable financial footing. Why? Well, that's because that's what people elected us to do. That's the job of the people around here. That's maybe our fiduciary duty. And this is a warning right here that we need to do it. We need to step up and do it. We need to make those difficult decisions. And I get it. I get some of the politics and the ideologies. It's going to be hard. But I don't think there's enough taxes that even if this was voted through council, there's enough tax raising you could do to fund this amount. So we need to get our heads wrapped around a new methodology here about slotting things in their order of urgency. And when you get down to the bottom of the list, they become nice to haves. And those are things that we can aspire to. I get it. They're not all bad things. But I really urge this executive committee and when we get to council that we need to adopt some of these thinking processes that we've got here. We are the makers of this situation. And if we're going to find an answer to it, the first place we need to look is in the mirror at ourselves for the decisions we've made over the years. And this report is the panic button or the red flag that it needs to be done now with urgency. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to accomplish two things. First, I want to make it very clear to the Toronto Public Service that at the council meeting, we will need better answers on a couple of things. Councillor Fletcher made a very good point about who's in charge of developing the budget at this point. For example, I think it would be entirely reasonable for City Council to give budget instructions not to continue to cut services as we have every decade, or at least not to direct general managers to start doing that work until we have in hand the long-term financial plan requirements that we asked for in July, and frankly, that the public service has been trying to provide us for 12 years now. But various conservative mayors have blocked it coming forward. So we're going to need better answers at the council meeting than we got today about how we shape that initial budget work. The second thing that I want to accomplish is to speak to the points that Councillor Holyday was making. Councillor Holyday talked about nice to haves, and I haven't heard that phrase since Rob Ford was mayor. I heard it from his budget chief all the time. And the argument of the day was that we had a spending problem. And that's what Councillor Holyday seemed to do in his remarks. We have a spending problem. So the Mayor Ford went out and hired KPMG to go through everything the city did. It was called the Core Service Review. And it was a review of whether or not the City of Toronto was providing all kinds of services that are not core to our mandate. And the findings of KPMG was that 97% of what we provide is core. The conservative thesis that we have a spending problem has been proven wrong. It's been proven wrong over and over and over again. A transit system in major metropolitan area is not a nice to have. And yet we're making service cuts right now. Right now, we're making our transit system worse. That drives away business. That drives away tax revenue. That makes our city less healthy. We have somewhere between 10 and 15,000 people in the city of Toronto who do not have a home to sleep in tonight. Finding them homes to sleep in is not a nice to have. It's the bottom bedrock, first thing you do. It is the first thing you triage, is to make sure everyone has a warm place to sleep tonight. And yet we aren't doing it. Don't fall for the conservative rhetoric that there's a spending problem or that we have all kinds of nice to haves. It's been proven false over and over and over again. What we need is to increase our revenues and to rebalance the relationship between other orders of government and us in terms of who pays for what. The last time municipalities in Canada were facing the kinds of problems that all municipalities are facing now was the Great Depression. And in the Great Depression, we brokered a new deal for cities. The federal government took on responsibility for employment insurance and housing. Prior to that, it had been delivered by charitable organizations and local municipalities, and to some extent, provinces. And because that deal didn't work, municipalities, a third of them in the country, went bankrupt. So this isn't an issue about nice to haves. This is an issue about getting the federal and provincial governments to take on responsibility for housing and transit, the way it happens in other governments around the world, and getting the revenue tools that all large cities, Europe and North America, have on hand now, but we don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crawford's next.
Thank you very much. This is a good report. It's an important report. It's only part of a report that, or discussion, I guess, that council is going to have when the long-term financial plan comes forward before us. It illustrates and anticipates our fiscal pressures. We got $46.5 billion pressure or challenge. And again, I think that it's probably going to be more than that when you're looking at our climate change and some of the other strategies that aren't included, as staff had mentioned, Ed. But really what I look at this, and I recognize and understand, Councillor, the councillors on the fact that this is a panic button. I'm not pressing a panic button, but I am concerned in my role. And I look at council, and I can't say whether this is a spending problem, but what I can say and what I've seen over years is this is a decision problem. We consistently make decisions on a yearly basis through the budget process throughout all the different committees that we have, because we think they're good decisions at the time. And chances are they probably are, but they're all in isolation. We never have that opportunity to look at the priorities. I see time and time again, going through the budget process, when we're looking at people trying to get decisions quickly into the process so we can get a part of that, you know, decision-making process. But we don't always make the proper kind of decisions. They may be right in the context of the time, but we need to look at them in the entirety. And I think the city manager commented about what we need to be doing in the long-term financial plan is looking at, you know, it's not just about raising our funds or raising our taxes and all of that. It's not about cutting our services, but having the conversation, holistic conversation. And that, by the way, includes the other levels of government. Unless we get, and they're not going to come to the table unless we get our act together and show a proper kind of plan. If we can do that, we have the potential of looking at, and I agree with Councillor Perks about, you know, their responsibilities and getting them to finally, you know, on the refugees and on the housing, commit to that on a yearly basis so we don't have to worry about that. But until we get our act together and really focus on the decisions that we make sometimes, right or wrong, out of a different kind of context, we're going to have this same problem. And I agree with the CFO where we can't, and it's not about pushing these decisions off to later points down the road, but we are at a point where we just can't do this anymore. And I think COVID started that. We've been, you know, when we're looking at the budget process year by year, you look at, we've doubled our investments in the TTC, we've doubled our investments in social services. Our growth in the housing portfolio has increased substantially. And our state of good repair, every year we increase our state of good repair investments, and we increase year after year. But again, it is not enough, and I recognize and understand it is not enough, and we need to be doing more. And we do, you know, need to have that conversation fairly quickly, because we can't just keep putting it down the road. And I'm one of those looking at, do we need new funding tools? I think we do. What they are, and it goes beyond just what we have the ability to do within the City of Toronto Act. And that's going to take a bold conversation with the other levels of government. But they're not going to have that conversation with us until we really figure out what we need to do ourselves and come to the table with a proper plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Additional speakers to this item? Councillor Carroll.
Thanks. Just to read a quick paragraph here. The city does not impose an income tax on residents or workers in Chicago. All residents of Illinois, including Chicago residents, are subject to state and federal income taxes. And the federal income tax is a progressive income tax. The Illinois tax is a flat tax with an individual income tax rate of 3.75% and a corporate income tax rate of 5.25%. A portion of these state income tax revenues, 8% of an individual income tax revenue and 9.14% of a corporate income tax revenue, flow into the local government distribution fund. What a wonderful thing. A local government distribution fund from which municipalities are paid their share of that whole state income tax pot based on population. That's another revenue tool. That's radical thinking, but it exists. And it has existed now for 50 years. Councillor Perks is right about the Depression. Municipalities getting a sales tax, an actual municipal sales tax, started in many American cities, all the way down to radically conservative Houston in 1939, as we were just coming out of the Depression. How are we going to deal with these cities that are all going bankrupt? Well, they started paying them a sales tax, started charging one, and it refilled the coffers of the state. And they said, we don't want these cities on our back, so they gave some to the cities too. The sales tax in Chicago now is 1.25% goes to the city. Another portion goes to the state. That's on top of the income tax I read about earlier. That's what I mean by radical thinking. Could we be so radical as to do what other cities with populations of 3 million do? Because right now, We're the only thing about us that is radical is that we are the only city this size that I can find on Google that isn't doing these things. We're the only one. That's what makes us radical. We're radical in our thinking that we think we can survive without these tools. And our federal government, our provincial government are being let off the hook because we keep soft pedaling this as a notion. But I know you guys don't like giving us the permission, so we'll talk about some other stuff. If you want to have a conversation about what to not do anymore, we can have it. Let's have it in this room again for old time's sake. Let's spend 24 hours listening to the community in this room. 24 hours, some of you were there, let's do it again. And what we will find is the community likes us doing the things we're doing. The community can't think of a single one of them they want us to stop doing. They want us to cut the grass. They want us to weed the sidewalks. They want us to shelter the homeless. They want us to give money to the school boards to feed kids breakfast. They want us to have a full spate of programs run by parks in our community centers. They want us to make sure that they'd like the libraries to be open 24 hours a day, and they're not. So if we ask them, can we close them earlier? My guess is they'll say, no, they should be open longer. The community, if we start talking about what we should stop doing, is going to say, don't stop doing anything. Most of what you're doing, you're not doing well enough. But if you want to have that conversation again, I'm in, I'm game, let's do it. I'll bring my jammies, I'll pack myself a cooler, because my guess is we'll be here for 24 hours of deputations again. So we do what we do every year. The Auditor General looks for any kind of malfeasance that might bubble up over time. The Budget Committee combs over everything, staff comb over everything, and reduce everything to the smallest number of FTEs until the FTEs that are left say, I quit, I'm going to go work for Markham, I give up. But fundamentally, the funding formula that we are trying to live by does not fit a 3 million population city. And so, like it or not, the one other way we can be radical is admit that we are the outlier in terms of our population in this country, and God damn it, we're going to have to go first. But we're not the only city in Canada that's struggling now and needs a new funding formula and a model that is radically rethought. Cities in Canada are all circling the drain, and somebody's going to have to go first. And I would submit that it's us. We're going to have to say this model doesn't work for cities in Canada. We're willing to go first. Province, federal government, get together and figure out how you can layer a penny on each dollar onto the already existing HST. That would make it 14%. At one point, they paid 15%. So if they lose their minds, we'll say to them, we promise you, you'll get a better city. You'll get a better city for that penny on the dollar.
Thank you. Additional deputies, Councillor Chang.
What's interesting to me about this process, as somebody who's new on the ship that we're bailing water out of, is that I think a lot of people in Toronto don't know the severity of this boat that we are sitting in. And so the challenge is that, the solutions that we are all saying, revenue tools, require other levels of government. And in the past, we were reassured by our previous mayor that there were handshakes happening and conversations happening. But I think at this moment in time, it has to be much more than just side conversations. We have to have a plan, and that plan has to really elevate and amplify the severity of the situation to our citizens. And if you think about that fact that the Great Depression, we don't want to go bankrupt before something actually changes. So what kind of radical communication has to happen to let people know how serious this is? And it's so serious that it should be the main election issue in the next 3 elections. So this upcoming by-election, as well as the upcoming provincial and federal elections. Every election, every Torontonian should know that we need a better deal so that when they go to the voting booth, they are aware of who they're voting for and what they think. Because at this point, when I talk to people who are working for other levels of government, they don't think we have a problem. They say things like, oh, you have that reserve, or you need to tighten spend your money. We're already giving you a lot of infrastructure money. The fact that we're paying for supportive housing, these supports, that's $45 million for this year. We're now into March, so that's $11 million that we've spent, and that money is not in our bank yet. So they don't think it's an urgent problem. And so the only way that they will think it's an urgent problem is if our voters identify that it's a serious problem. And to Councillor Holliday's comments, yes, perhaps there are things that we are doing that are under the jurisdiction, like the refugees and the supportive housing, the supports. But the problem is, at what point do you allow us to feel the pain points in order for us to get a reaction? At what cost? And that cost would be the most vulnerable in our city. So I'm not willing to put them on the line in order to make a political statement. I think we need to be creative. Maybe we need to get a bunch of councillors on a bus to Ottawa and we make appointments with all our MPPs to advocate. Then we also take a short jaunt up to Queen's Park, and we also make some strong statements together. But I think the seriousness of this situation demands a serious response that is not just on the backs of city staff and not just on the backs of the next mayor. We have to work together, and we have to be loud and energize our voter base to know that the City of Toronto and probably other municipalities across the country need a different way to be supported. We want to be not just a surviving city, we want to be an excellent world-class city. We have great potential, and if we're properly funded and invested in, we'll be an even greater economic engine for our country. So I'm hoping that we can move forward with some new ideas of how we can amplify this very important gap in our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers? Okay. So I just have a few remarks. Firstly, thank you to the city staff that have been doing hard work to bring this report to us today. I look at this problem in three ways. So the short term, the medium term, and the long term. In the short term, maybe we should be hitting the panic button. We are about to close our books on 2022. The province has stepped forward. They have helped us out with COVID funding last year. They have given us $235 million. The federal government has not, and we need to close the books. So we should be hitting the panic button on that. And we all need to be calling our MPs and telling them that we are closing the books. And this is important because if we don't balance out and we have to go into the reserves and the backstop for 2022, then we're going to be in trouble as we start to plan for 2024. So that's in the short term. In the medium term, we need help again. We need help with the operating pressures that we have on transit in particular. We know we need $435 million from the province, $435 million from the federal government. We know we need funding from the federal government for refugee shelters. We know we need funding from the province, as Councillor Chang eloquently said, for supportive housing. So that's in the medium term. But on the long term, this report sure lays it out. We have a $46.5 billion problem over 10 years. And there's no single revenue tool, I think, that gets us there. Even the revenue tools that we have access to can't do that. We need a new fiscal framework. It's clear. We also know that other municipalities in Ontario and across Canada have the exact same challenge. And there is power of in numbers. And Councillor Chang talked about all of Toronto residents coming together to demand better, to demand more from the province, from the federal government. But we also need our municipalities to come together to demand more from our province and demand more from our federal government. And this report is just laying out the problem, and we have very, very big conversations that we have to have, and it's really great to hear that we're all coalescing around identifying that and finding ways to work together. So with that, I'm happy to move the recommendation that's before us and call the vote on it. So all those in favor? All those opposed? This item goes to council, and I have no doubt we'll have more conversation there as well. Okay, so that brings us to EX 3.4, City of Toronto Relationship Framework for the Toronto Parking Authority. We have two speakers on this item. The first one is Alison Stewart. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
The Advocacy and Public Policy for Cycle Toronto, a charity that works to make Toronto a more sustainable, healthy, and vibrant city through adopting cycling as an important mode of transportation within Toronto's wider transportation network. Yesterday, I spoke at IC on a few topics, including Bike Share's proposed new fee structure. Today, I'm at Executive to bring forward the fact that we would like to recommend that the City of Toronto's relationship framework with the TPA should be amended to clarify the hierarchy of needs to the priorities around climate change mitigation, transform TO, road safety, Vision Zero, and equity. Within its mandate, the Toronto Parking Authority has the incredible responsibility of delivering some of Toronto's most important programs that support the city's climate action objectives, promoting cycling as a healthier, clean air alternative to single occupancy car use, supporting car share services, providing the EV charging infrastructure to support the adoption of EVs, and other transportation services programs such as the freight and goods movement strategy. In addition to these services that support active modes of transportation, the TPA is also tasked with providing and overseeing on and off-street parking. The city won't meet its climate mitigation targets and succeed in alleviating the traffic congestion linked to single car use if the integration of Toronto's transportation network does not prioritize active modes over car use. The TPA operates in a commercial market environment and manages capital requirements in a self-financing manner. In 2022, parking demand returned to just 74% of pre-pandemic, that's 2019, parking levels, while on the other hand, bike share ridership has increased 70% in that same time period. 2023 parking revenues are expected to reach just 84% of 2019 levels, while bike share is expecting 2023 revenue growth of 10%. This after a 14% increase in revenue in 2022 versus 2021. The hybrid work model will continue to impact the travel behavior of people. So with that said, in order to help support the city's public health outcomes, reduce climate emissions, and be more equitable, the city must prioritize expanding active modes of transportation over car ownership and the costly infrastructure needed to support automobility, as we heard at length. So with that, some of the recommendations we have regarding the current framing of the City of Toronto's TPA's relationship framework would be to revisit things such as using an equity impact assessment to prioritize and set out a hierarchy of needs and priorities to direct how TPA prioritizes its operations and the cost revenue priorities within. Linked to the city's strategic objectives that need to be met through the TPAs in its service delivery, and providing specifically stating, how they support Transform TO, Vision Zero, equity, COVID recovery, congestion management, et cetera. To prioritize the delivery of its programs to incentivize mode change to public transportation by incentivizing access and affordability of bike share over facilitating on-street parking, for example. And ultimately to take an integrated approach to its pricing strategy with the wider transportation network, with the goal of ultimately seeking fair integration between TTC, bike share, GO, and on and off-street parking. It shouldn't be cheaper to drive and park in Toronto than take public transit. Now, because of the current net income sharing agreement, the TPA remits to the city 85% of its net annual income, leaving them with just 15 cents on the dollar to manage their operations. So it's important that they prioritize their operations judiciously. Having a relationship framework with the city that clearly sets out their hierarchy of needs as they connect and support city priorities will help the TPA plan and deliver their programs accordingly, while also being able to reframe and take a more equitable approach to how we prioritize and subsidize our transportation networks. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions, Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next Deputant is George Bell. I believe George is online. Hi, George. Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, how's it going?
You have 5 minutes.
Great. So my name's George. I'm a driver, as you can see. I'm actually in my car in a parking lot right now. A bike share user from day one, back when it was Bixie, and a lifelong transit user from before I could walk. Like a lot of people, I use whatever mode makes sense, depending on my goals for the day. I'm here to discuss this document about the city's relationship with TPA, which comes just a day after Infrastructure Committee spent a few hours discussing bike share fares. One of the things that we heard is that bike share is great for last mile and that it's well integrated into our transit, parking lots, parks, and many other locations in the city. What we didn't really hear anything about, though, is fare integration between all of these modes. Indeed, the document in front of us says in Section 5E that TPA should be operating bike share Toronto in a manner which provides cycling infrastructure needed to facilitate short distance and multimodal trips. Multimodal is the keyword there. And in 6B, it says that we should be integrating the Bike Share Toronto program with public transit. But there are a few glaring aspects missing in these two items and indeed the entire document. There is nothing directing TPA to have an ongoing structured relationship with Metrolinx, Presto, or TTC. Indeed, none of these organizations is mentioned at all in this document. Likewise, there's nothing directing TPA to work towards fare, fee, or pass integration with any of these transit orgs, or indeed even within their own org with respect to integrating bike share and green P parking. Physical integration, bike share stations at TTC stops or in parking lots, is only part of integration. Critically missing is fare and payment integration. It's a critical miss for an organization that we want to be multimodal. In fact, we heard yesterday that instead of becoming multimodal, they're becoming multi-app. There's going to be a bike share app, a Green P parking app, in addition to a Presto app and a Presto card. That's 4 things. None of which can pay for the other thing. My first encouragement to you is to direct TPA to integrate the fees of the 2 products under its purview, parking and bike share, whereby if you park, you can use their bikes, which are in the same parking lot, to get around. You're paying them $9 already to park, sometimes more. You shouldn't have to pay more to use the bikes that they own, especially because parking is currently subsidizing the bikes to the tune of $7 million a year. Change the subsidy into a value add, and it's a win for everyone. Likewise, you should direct them to work with Metrolinx and TTC to add bike share to the 2-hour transfer window on the TTC, as well as all monthly, weekly, and special passes. You should be able to get off a bus, scan your Presto card, and get on a bike. If you ride for more than a few hours, you should get charged another TTC fare. I want the city to think even bigger than that and think about maybe a Toronto Plus pass, maybe even an Ontario Plus pass. That's free branding for any of the mayor candidates out there. It would allow transit and using bike share across the city for the full month. The cost to integrate bike share into both parking and transit passes is very small. Indeed, the revenue is only about $10 million compared to $100 million for TPA and $2.9 billion for TTC. By making bike share easier to use and included with all other modes of transport in the city, we can maximize the usage of an asset, expand it quicker than we can without integration, and we can reduce complaints and increase the efficiency of our system. No more waiting for a bus that is late. Just hop on a bike instead of tweeting your counselor about it. Moving people is the goal, not vehicles, and the services should be seamless no matter the mode you're using. The steps for this document are simple. Include the integration as a goal for the TPA, both with TTC and Green P. Implementation probably requires Presto readers. It probably requires rationalizing all the apps that Toronto supports, and the accountants will have fun coming up with the best way to structure it all. But I think that it's the best way to improve the system. I'll just add that EVs being added to this whole mix. We haven't heard how we're going to be paying for them. Is it going to be another app, or should we just have maybe one Toronto app? There's something to think about across all of these things. So I hope you can do that, and thanks for listening.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, I just have one very quick question. Is it Green P parking lot?
No, this is not it. I'm sorry.
I just want to know if we're making money while you're sitting there. Okay.
I'm in Arizona. I apologize.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no questions, thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Questions of staff. Councillor Carroll.
I just have one. These relationship frameworks, for a while we weren't seeing them, and now here's one. How many more do we have to do with some of these authorities, or are we almost done setting them up?
So, Councillor Carroll, thanks for your question to the Chair. We do have some outstanding relationship frameworks, let's say the Zoo, TTC, Create TO. But I have to be really clear that all the city's agencies and corporations do have governance instruments in place. Very strong ones. City of Toronto Act to start with for the city boards, the Business Corporation Act for city corporations. More importantly, the Toronto Municipal Code does have dedicated chapters for each agency and corporation.
Right.
The relationship frameworks and the shareholder directions, what they do is they form a compendium of the various governance instruments into kind of a one-stop shop.
Yeah.
Makes it easier to organize information around mandate and governance structures and accountabilities, reporting requirements in one book for each agency and corporation. So I assure you that there are instruments in place for each one.
Right. So when we hear, for instance, there isn't one for the TTC yet, there's still all this legislation to fall back on.
And a dedicated chapter for the TTC in the City of Toronto Municipal Code.
Right. Thank you for this work, because I know each one, it takes forever to nail down. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Councillor Morley?
I just wanted to pick up on George's suggestion around the integration with other orders of mobility, I guess we could say, and at the very least looking at bike share and TPA's relationship. And I just wondered if it was feasible to incorporate that in a future iteration of this framework.
So thanks, Councillor, for that question. I read that to be a program and operational kind of question, and I'd hesitate to put myself on the spot by trying to answer it. I do think we have Jeffrey D. and perhaps the CEO online, if we're fortunate. If not, we'll have to take that question away and consider it for later. Is Jeffrey there?
I'm here online.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
So,
Can you speak
thank you for the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
The floor is yours, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We are actively looking at integrating our apps, Bike Share and the Green P app. Our vision is to bring both of those services together in one digital location, where you can transact for parking, bike share, and also EV charging. So covering a number of different services all in one place. That is something that we are going to be scoping out later this year and looking to implement that in the short term. We are also looking at integrating with Presto. The uptake there has been a little bit slower, but that is something on our radar, and we have had initial discussions with Metrolinx about that.
It's very encouraging. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, speakers on this item. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. I have a motion, and I can be brief. The intention of the motion here is just to use this opportunity to align the city's relationship framework with the Toronto Parking Authority with the objectives outlined here today in the Housing Action Plan. So just an amendment there to the report that specifies that to identify underutilized parking facilities and parking facilities within protected major transit station areas for the purposes of redevelopment, and supporting our plans for redevelopment of parking facilities that prioritize the provision of new affordable housing. And of course, this relates back to the Housing Action Plan with our public land strategy. And it's no secret that the TPA, of course, manages a large portfolio of city-owned real estate and has a role to play in the weeks and months ahead, I think, in helping us achieve our housing goals. Now, to the full credit of the TPA and Scott Collier and Jeffrey D. and the leadership there, I know they're working actively with Create TO to identify sites. And again, it's those sites where they're not necessarily generating a lot of revenue, or in some cases, there's an operating cost for having those sites. And if there are surface parking lots in neighborhoods where the TPA is not generating sufficient revenue, those should be made available for housing. So it really comes down to us making the most efficient use of every square inch of city-owned land that we have here in Toronto to help deliver housing. So that's the motion. And thanks to the TPA and all the staff for their hard work on this relationship framework. I think it's good to have. There's a lot of action items in there, and this is intended to help support that work.
There's a question of the mover.
Yeah, just a quick question, because I can't go back to staff now. Did you work with staff to develop this? Because I couldn't tell if it was really, it fit in the relationship framework, or if it was more like a shareholder direction sort of thing. But staff are okay with inserting it in.
Yep, Jeffrey D. and Create TO have both had eyes on this, and they're fine with that. And like I said, actually,
I'm more concerned with whether or not Ms. Jones is okay with it.
Actually, thanks, Councillor Carroll. Yes, we were consulted, and in fact, suggested some edits that were entertained by Councillor Bradford.
Super. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I will note that I didn't happen to notice that we were not questions to staff there. Okay, that's okay. Additional speakers to this item? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? That carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, we have 2 items left, i.e. 3.7, making electronic participation for council in its local boards permanent. We have 1 speaker, Derek Moran. Thanks for joining us, Derek. You have 5 minutes.
I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent, expressed or implied. In doing so as fraud. God bless His Majesty the King. Long live His Majesty the King. Let the record show that I do not consent to the warrantless searches taking place downstairs here at Toronto City Hall. So I don't know how long you're going to be doing this, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, but just so you're aware, this happened a while ago. It was at the old Public Works Committee, June 2017. And what we have going on here, behind the text here, I just want to point out, is a City of Toronto lawyer, Scott Nowelselski, I think it is, who shows up at the police board meetings every once in a while. But what we have here is Giorgio Mammoliti, surprise, surprise, getting into it with this lawyer here. And what this lawyer is saying to him, it's easier to read it myself here. He says to Giorgio, well, it's entirely appropriate for any deputant to say whatever they basically want to say. And if they want to pitch a product, even though that's not what's happening, they're allowed to do that as well. And in fact, a deputant can speak to anything related to the report and related to the subject matter of the report. It doesn't have to relate directly to the recommendations in the report. It's entirely appropriate to have this deputant speak as on whatever she wishes to speak to in relation. So if you show up here physically or like remotely over the phone or the computer, again, this lawyer 6 years ago told Giorgio Mammoliti that members of the public that show up here can say whatever they basically want to say. So in this report, it says the electronic-only meeting model allows members, staff, public, and media access to the virtual meeting room via the video conference tool. Well, it just so happens that the courts have actually talked about remote meetings before. This was from a former candidate for mayor, Chris Langenfeld, versus the Toronto Police Services Board, 2018, where the Superior Court of Justice said, the chief of police, which would be now a candidate for mayor, Mark Saunders, and I would just die if he won the election and made Councillor Carroll here as deputy mayor. I need to see that happen. The chief of police submits that attending the TPSB meetings in person does not have expressive content because there is an available alternative means of attending, which is to watch the meeting on the TPSB website, or on the Toronto Police Service YouTube channel and make a submission remotely. I reject the argument that the availability of attending the meeting remotely removes the expressive content of attending the meeting in person. The availability of alternative means of expression is certainly a relevant factor under Section 1 of the Charter, but the availability of alternate means does not remove the preferred means, attendance at the meeting in person, from the realm of expression protected by Section 2B of the Charter. Further, I accept the applicant's argument that making a submission remotely is not as effective as attending a meeting in person to make a submission, because if a submission is made remotely, he would lose the ability to ask follow-up questions. Apparently, Court of Appeal Justice Jill Copeland thought we could actually ask questions here. So in this report, it also says City Council could provide guidance or limitations on electronic participation in certain circumstances, such as requiring chairs to participate in person. You know, it just so happens at the last police board meeting, the new chair, former Crown Prosecutor Ann Morgan, did not show up to the meeting in person. It's kind of hard to chair the meeting when you're not there and you're just sitting on the computer screen participating remotely. Here's what Section 27.6.4 of your own procedural bylaw says. Subsection 8 says, Speaker not to chair standing committee certain agencies. The Speaker cannot serve as a standing committee chair, community council chair, or as the chair of the Toronto Transit Commission or the Police Services Board. Now, guess who ended up being the chair at the last police board meeting? It was the Speaker. I mean, like, these, I'm not making this up. These aren't my words. These are your own rules. I mean, actually, things went pretty smoothly between Councillor Nunziata and I was surprised at that. Like, if she wants to be the chair, all you guys have to do is get John Elvidge, I guess, to delete it out of the procedural
10
bylaws.
seconds.
But the fact that this place tells other people, us, to follow the rules, but you won't even follow your own rules, come on.
That's time. Thank you. Questions of Deputant? Okay, seeing none. Questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Sorry, questions of staff? Councillor Pasternak, questions of staff.
Yes, so this report, and I'm sorry Councillor Crawford isn't here, because I remember years ago, Councillor Crawford and I asked for some leniency for remote options, and we just got crushed on that idea. Now here it is being institutionalized at City Council. So it's funny how times change. Now I'm going to be walking on thin ice here. Now this is for councillors only. Ideally, we have our senior staff when there are items on the agenda appearing in person as well. What is the position of the city manager when it comes to staff being in person at committee or council meetings?
So through the chair, very much in favor of it. In fact, I've instructed our senior staff that unless they're sick or there's some other extenuating circumstance that causes them not to be able to be physically here, that for committees and council meetings, that they're to be in person. And I think you've seen that demonstrated through the budget meetings, and you know, it works much better when we are in person. In terms of other meetings, I mean, obviously that's the level of dialogue I've had with our senior leadership, and I'm sure they're having the same with their staff. Generally speaking, I'm talking more and more, if you know that you're going to be engaged with questions and you're needed in that capacity, that the preferred option is to be in person. But there are circumstances where it's fine and it's a good use of it. To be honest, sometimes we just don't know if we're going to get questions, and it's much more efficient to be working somewhere else on the off chance it might come. But that's the exception. You've heard my general statement around it. So you'll see a lot more of the senior staff, as you already have been, seeing them in person.
Okay, thank you for that. To the city clerk. Obviously, this is coming from you. I'm assuming you've got this down to an art now after a couple of years of practice, and that you have the technical resources and human resources to have it run smoothly and effectively.
Madam Chair, thank you for the observation that we've got it down to an art. I think that reflects well on our team and our staff, who've worked very hard in the last 2.5 years in this scenario. You know, we have a stable model at the moment. We continue to work with our partners here in the city, and you know, there's no reason to believe that we can't support what's being recommended here today.
Great. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Are any additional questions, staff? Okay, speakers to this item. Okay, move staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. That brings us to our last item, EX 3.9, SmartTrack Stations Program Update. We have one deputant, Dane Gregus. Do we have Dane? Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Deja vu all over again in here. Last time I was here, I was talking about the Gardner Expressway and SmartTrack. And here we are, I was here yesterday, same story. I think there's a correlation there, and I think what's being proposed here isn't kind to SmartTrack, because it should be killed all at once. It should be passed along to the province. It was always a matter of regional express rail, and it should have never been done as a standalone city project. The city's been out of the transit building subway business for a long time, since Gary Webster got canned by Rob Ford. So it's time that we say, and John Tory has walked off into the sunset, and so should this signature transit plan of his. And I speak for this personally because I worked on this, right? And this was done in the light of the UPX train and how surface transit was really cheap and really providable in a short term. And that was 2014. And it's been a long time, nothing's been done, and all that's happened is the costs have crept higher and higher and higher to the point where a surface transit station costs more than an underground transit station. Now, how can that possibly be? And when you guys talk here about we got $40 billion of long-term money we got to somehow fund, the best way is maybe, this is maybe that bridge too far that Councillor Holliday was talking about. It'd be nice to have, but I don't think we can afford this one, especially like this station specific to it. There's 3 subway stations within 800 meters of where this SmartTrack station is going. So should this one be canceled? Absolutely. Should the rest of them go as well? Yes. I mean, this isn't really the city's business anymore. The province has taken this over, and they should be put in their lap. And it comes back to this whole conversation that we were having yesterday about the Gardner. It's the same kind of story there. The province handles all the highways in the province except these 2. So why does the city have to pay for our highways when everybody else in the province gets theirs for free, right? It doesn't seem fair to the city of Toronto, and that's why these things should be kind of uploaded, and the same thing with SmartTrack. It should be uploaded to the proper authority who's got the money and the means and is doing these things on an economies of scale. Because why should the city be doing one highway and one little transit line when the province is doing this on a massive scale? So it speaks to one of those things of who's the right person to do it and the right level, and it's them, it's not us. And me as a Toronto taxpayer, I'd rather see my money going to help transit, to keep fares low, to keep service on the streets so my kids can get to school, right? And now they have to pay more. And I think it begs to that, how can we be planning this SmartTrack when we're raising fares on the TTC, when we're having all these policing problems on the TTC? We should be putting our money there where it's needed, where you said press the panic button. We got to press the panic button a little bit on this one because we're in a crisis mode here, especially with transit. And thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Questions of the deputant?
Oh, please, I can't take it. This has been already too much anxiety for me. Thank you all.
Okay, questions of staff? Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, just quickly, I wonder if staff could go through how we got to our focus being on, I know Metrolinx has a focus, but how did we get to, from the original SmartTrack proposal to these are our focus to connect to GO lines? Did we do that prioritization work, or was it a joint project?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. If you're asking about the original multi-station program versus where it is right now.
If we go back before Ontario Line, before DRL, the SmartTrack proposal had more stations, yeah.
So maybe what I'll do is I'm going to just shift this over to James, because he's been here a little bit longer than I have. So.
Trick question.
There you go,
James.
So we first started this a couple of terms ago, and we looked at different sections of the proposed SmartTrack line. You may recall, Council.
Yep.
First, we addressed Eglinton West, and Council made a decision that will be better as an extension of the Eglinton Crosstown, and so that was the first sort of change made. And then as we've been going along, there have been a number of conversations, and I think, Derek, you were at in the last round about what is the current crop of or grouping of stations. At various times we talked with council, and council decided to eliminate certain stations that did not perform well, and so then this current grouping of 5 stations is the most recent edition of the SmartTrack program.
Right, and so these give us maximum connection to GO lines without having to come down to Union Station. This gives you maximum connection off to those GO lines. Are they situated, it's just because that's where the lines are close enough to be coterminous, or were they picked based on things like, is there employment there? Is this a good commuter point? What sort of criteria led us to these have to be done?
Through the chair, each station probably has a slightly different story.
Yeah.
There are several different GO lines that are now on the SmartTrack network, which is a bit of a change from the original concept that was going to be one continuous line. Mm-hmm. There are a couple of the stations in employment areas. Certainly East Harbour is meant to be a very significant employment hub. And even up at Finch and Kennedy, there's a large employment area to the north of Finch. We're seeing some major transformation at St. Clair Old Weston Road, and largely as a result of the station being planned and the recent Kiel St. Clair secondary plan that's seeing that old employment area being changed into more of a mixed-use development area, still with employment, but also with some significant residential development. And then you've got King Liberty, which is heavily residential with some employment in there as well. And Bloor Lansdowne, also a lot of mixed-use employment and residential in the area.
Right. So these are not, as someone in the Twitter I said, these are just the vanity stations left to say you have a SmartTrack. It's more the case that these are the pieces that can be incorporated into the province's mobility plan to maximum effect economically, from a planning perspective and from a mobility perspective. These max out the ridership. You can use the two systems to get ridership for both. I'm simplifying what you just said, but that's basically it. The value proposition, what I'm getting at, the value proposition is there for both of us, both the municipality and the province.
Through the chair, yes, there are some good connections between the TTC and some of these SmartTrack stations. They all have important connections, and indeed the TTC is also looking at how they would reroute bus routes to provide direct service to each of the SmartTrack stations when they're in place.
Excellent, thanks.
Any additional questions? Councillor Chang?
Thank you, through the chair. I see that April 5th is the supposed launch of the bid for the station, right? And that's, what, 2 weeks away? So I'm just wondering, you know, we have this history now of waiting for money, asking for money. What are the odds that when we go and ask for this money, and this money is actually not just a lump sum, it's anything that goes above. So
Sorry, I just need you to hold for a second. We lost the
Okay.
YouTube feed, so
we have to.
The public needs to hear your yeah.
Probably about the time Councillor Indy started to look like a ghost.
Oh yes, there we go. Okay, so we'll just hold until we get that back up and running.
Prominent part, and he's the ghostly part.
Everybody has a very modern living room.
Okay, I think we're back. Sorry, Councillor Chang, please.
Great, thank you. So my question is, Bloor Lansdowne Station is slated to begin bidding on April 5th, but we are just going to now approve this. If we approve this, I'm just wondering what is the likelihood that we're going to get a positive response? Is it something we think it's already in the bag, or what's your read of the room?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. The reality is that the Bloor Lansdowne Station has reached, it was actually, the bid was already completed.
Oh.
It is in its final stages. What that means is that there is financial close has been reached on this project. And that April 5th date is a drop-dead date for the city to confirm that it wants to proceed ahead with this project. If it does not, then there is financial repercussions that will occur. In terms of, I think the question that you're asking, will the province commit to the extra funding? I think that is the direction that we're seeking from executive and from council, is the authority to go and have that discussion with the province.
The question was more, how are you reading the room? You know, is it warm? Is it?
Suffice it to say again through Deputy Mayor to the councillor, we have conferred, we have flagged this request through to the province, so the province is aware that a request will be made once obviously the authority has been given by council, and Metrolinx is well aware of this as well. So both the organizations are well aware that there's going to be a request for this additional funding beyond the $1.463 billion.
So if on April 5th we don't get confirmation, what is the financial repercussion?
So again, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, it is at this point 1.5% per month.
Is there
1.5% of the contract value for the Bloor Lansdowne station per month.
And what is the contract value?
I'm sorry, councillor, because this is a confidential item, we
Okay.
can't disclose it.
So I guess my question is, do we have a plan B, or is our plan B simply that we would pay this, and for how long?
So again, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, what will happen is if as a result of our discussions with the province does not agree to fund the overage, there will be a report back to council as quickly as we can possibly can, which would probably be probably May, where we will be coming back with the various alternatives that could be put in front of council for their direction.
And so during that time, we would pay that 1.5%, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I noticed on page 5, there's a federal funding component of this, of I guess 585 million. Should we not go forward, can those funds be applied to another transit project, or those funds are lost? I didn't think it was that money, but I did. Yeah, so are those funds lost, or can they be applied to another transit project?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for your question. At this time, we cannot answer definitively. We don't know if the funds would be lost or if they could be redirected. We would have to actively engage with our federal counterparts as well as the province to determine that going forward.
So the numbers we're seeing here, I guess 1.463 billion, 585 of that currently comes from the federal government. Is there a provincial or a Metrolinx component of that, or the balance is our responsibility?
So through the chair, Councillor, thank you for your question. That is correct. There is currently no provincial commitment for the SmartTrack program. So the balance of the funds, which I believe is approximately 878 million, would be covered by the city.
And what is the source of funding for that? Is that part of our capital plan? Is that in a reserve account, or where's that money coming from?
So perhaps through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to perhaps maybe Steve Conforti, he can respond to that.
Through the chair, the current budget that we have in place for SmartTrack, off memory, I do believe we have a portion coming from the City Building Fund, which is supporting a large amount of that on top of some of the intergovernmental funding that we've got included.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? So just a quick question that I have is, are we kind of dealing with house of cards here, where if the province doesn't come forward, then we have to make a decision about how many stops to proceed with or how to proceed with the project, and then we have the risk of the federal government and saying that we can still proceed with their funding for 5 stations if we were to cut stations? So is this all a bit of a house of cards right now?
To you, Deputy Mayor, yes, it is. We need the answer on the incremental funding before we can come back with some of those options you've just discussed.
Okay. And so you're prepared that if we don't hear back from the provincial government by a certain date to bring forward another recommendation to the next council meeting?
Yeah, so to you, Deputy Mayor, certainly all work is continuing. So we are continuing to incur costs while this work is progressing. So it's incumbent upon us to get an answer from the province as immediately as possible and return to you by May with a response either way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, speakers on this item. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, you can sort of tell where I'm going from the questions that I asked. I can't imagine a province not wanting these, not wanting to make sure that these happen. We have put actual skin in the game. You can't use the years ago criticism that, oh, Toronto, they want everything and they're not willing to tax. We taxed for this. We said, hey, everybody, you're going to pay an extra levy and it's going to come back one day in the form of transit. Here it is. But this particular transit makes their system better. And people say, oh, people don't switch from GO to TTC. Of course they do. This is about getting beyond Union Station with GO Transit, which they claim to want to do. This takes you well beyond it. And I know that is possible. And I know that for some people it's not affordable until we get to what is proper fare integration. But I understand that's imminent. And if they want that to work, they should want to cut some ribbons on some stations here that connect it all up. Why would you not want to be able to do this within this term of office? You would be standing on some platform somewhere saying, look what we did. If you put your skin in the game, as the federal government has done and as the city has done, we have all actually invested in this. But this province said they wanted to be the bringer of all things new. So bring it. This is it. Bring it. You're going to have to help us with the overages here. And what you will get is ridership you desperately need. I know when I look at this map, what is not even a SmartTrack station, but is a problem for them very soon, that unique, hardly running Richmond Hill line is about to become the only way in and out of Richmond Hill while they build a subway expansion right through the middle of town. They need to make their system more efficient, and we're just offering 5 ways to do that. And then they really would have a victory in talking about we're introducing fare integration. We want you to use the GO system. This will be how they get there. And so it benefits them more than it benefits us at this point. But we should all want people to be using rail transit of all modes more than anything else right now. We're almost crippled by vehicle traffic, and everybody isn't even back at work. And so to get people making a rail choice again is absolutely urgent for all orders of government. There just appears to be one that doesn't get it. They want to cut the ribbons on them. They want to be the builder of all things new, but they don't want to pay. That's just not on. They're going to have to cut a check. And that's how we will all be able to celebrate the enhanced mobility from here. And if they want to be the star of the show and the first to speak so they get covered live, I'm okay with that. Just help us get these things done.
Okay, thank you. Additional speakers to this item? Okay, I just want to say that this isn't a unique problem that we have with higher costs on an infrastructure project. We're seeing it on all of our infrastructure projects due to inflation, supply chain issues, labor shortages. I think the province is very well aware of that. And as Councillor Carroll said, I think she said the bringer, but I think their slogan is that they're saying yes, and they're saying yes to building housing, and they're saying yes to building transit, and let's hope that they're saying yes to coming in on this project as a partner, because right now they're not contributing funds to it. Yet Metrolinx is providing the service. So I think it's important that we show them that we want to work with them, we want to build transit, we want to move forward in the right direction. But that does mean that the partnership needs to be there between the province, the federal government, and the city. And in this case, right now, we don't have the province there as a financial partner, and I think we need them to be successful. So I'm hopeful that the province will hear our call to action on this, and that we don't have to go down the road of making the difficult choice of a station to cut, because that means one of our communities gets left behind, and that's not something I think any of us want to see happening here at Council and in the City of Toronto. So with that, I'd like to call a recorded vote.
That's what happens.
All those in favor? Deputy Mayor McKelvey, Councillor Chang, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Morley, and Councillor Ainsley. That's unanimous.
And we'll share with the province that it was unanimous today. Thank you. Okay, I believe that is the end of business for us today. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you especially to the deputants that stayed a very long time to speak today. Thank you.